Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1.
And also to students. So just to thank you all for being here. But before we go into any further, we want to show a video.
Something that normal students should know about veterans is that we're normal people, hardworking people, just like everyone else.
We're still here just to get our degree and, move on to doing an actual job.
Maybe the first impression that you get from a veteran isn't entirely accurate, just give them more than one shot to be your friend.
We've had some unique experiences that can provide a different perspective on just about any subject.
We're going to be honest upfront with you, get things done.
If someone has those injuries or that combat experience, it doesn't mean that they're somehow a danger to anyone.
They show up here after leaving the service where they had tight-knit group of people that they were around on a daily basis.
Military life is really different, and that transition can scare off a lot of people.
Whether it be struggling with a lack of stability, not having a rigid structure.
It's hard to fit in with a group of people that you're significantly older than.
So they
Something that I'm just kind of on my own. I have to rely on the Veterans Center, the advisors, and the professors to be open and understanding about military commitments. And I have to balance full-time workload since I'm active duty.
There's always someone I can talk to on campus, whether it be in the veterans office or just anywhere else on campus.
They know how to deal with the GI Bill and tuition assistance and all the other various programs.
Here at WSU, the most successful resource I've had is the faculty themselves. Their open office hours, they're always willing to come talk to me and try to work through my issues.
Our school offers a veterans transition seminar class for intern veterans coming into the school, and I highly recommend it.
I chose WSU because I grew up in Spokane, so I have those Washington roots, and I always wanted to go to a Washington school.
I chose WSU because specific faculty members we had here and their work within the fields.
There's a really nice sense of community here, and I dig that, everyone's kind of close-knit.
If I could change one thing on WSU and how they serve student veterans, it would be investing in more staff so we can process the paperwork, get them taken care of on the financial end, and that way they don't have to worry about food insecurities, not being able to make their rent, waiting on the VA to pay.
I would create a position much like a director that coordinates system-wide resources toward student veterans.
I think that all student veterans should just have access to the Access Center without having to have a medical issue going on at the time.
We're not really in communication with other groups on campus, and that's one thing that could change, like putting ourselves out there and just making sure that other groups want to work with us.
I would tell other veterans that are entertaining coming to WSU to do your research, come here for the right reasons, and get involved once you're here.
The Vet Center and the people who work here are extremely helpful. Any questions you have, they have answers to or get answers to readily for you.
Do it, man. We've got a great veteran community here.
We have family and friends we care about and love, and we're usually patriotic and love our country, and are hardworking people, and just want to better ourselves and maybe get a new career out of it.
as we began to meet regularly, things started to come together. It just became very intense. And it also affirmed how important it is to work to make it possible to develop and support. And this group, we all, of course, do a lot of things. The fact that we have shown up to make this happen because of what they care about and else we're doing is a true testament to both. That's all. Also, unnamed Scott Carson with us today. He is an absolute supporter, helps us make this happen. That's in part today. And also a good anthem. So appreciative to come with us today. So I am now to my list of chancellors. Jay, before we get started, I'd also here helping us to our services to veterans of Tri-Cities. Thank you so much. So, as Jamie said, I'm Chancellor Sam Gates, Chancellor here of WSU Tri-Cities, and I'm very happy to be here. It's my pleasure to welcome you here to our campus today. I'm delighted that you're with us. Before we begin, I'd also like to thank the facilities, non-team staff, facilities, and all part about not open to. It's fitting that this first annual Symposium at WSU Tri-Cities, it makes sense for our campus to fit arts residents here because our geographic location makes us a natural hub for system meetings and system. But more importantly, WSU Tri-Cities has made our veteran students central to our learning efforts, their success and well-being, specific priorities for the administration. Our veterans, whether they are faculty, staff, students, their staff, how about students on the Tri-Cities campus? All of these people have qualities that we aspire to for our campus identity and veterans enter the classroom leadership skills. Veterans have a strong work ethic that's centered on team building, problem solving. Veterans are self-motivated and have a global perspective that informs the lives of other students. Their experiences enrich the classroom and hands-on project-based. Simply put, our veterans embody many of the values that are central to endless justice. Because they bring so much to us, and especially because they service to our country, we have an obligation to. This means we must quickly process the benefits they so that they they are financially sound. We must provide sustainable, supportive programming that their experiences. We must connect them to employers without their skills, and we have to create a comfortable space where they can be themselves and find. Thank you for showing commitment to this principle of our students by participating today. I expect our conversation to be productive, that we learn from each other's our veterans. I look forward to interacting with you today and hearing what I did as you shared the challenges and successes on I also hope that you all take a visit to our newly refurbished Veteran Center that will be the James E. Adams Leadership Library. It is now my privilege to turn time to President.
Well, good morning, and it's a pleasure to see so many people today. And first, I'd like to express my appreciation to veterans. This great opportunity to make that next step here, and that they're successful in back. I was thinking, like, the opportunity to speak Veterans Day years ago, so genealogy and hobby, and without my families, so mission, and so I spent 3 months. All of us have been, right? But none of us ever lived back. And learned a lot about this. Sentences things like that, even reading, but back reading. My past also had say this here because I'm going to read on and family story meant that he said that he came back was that one night sleep was tent and speed of up so everybody would kind of laugh, right? And but it turns out he was deeply affected by his purpose. And today we would say something like that was PTSD. I watched his career path. I remember I was very young at him. He really struggled for the rest of his life on a lot of different things. It wasn't diagnosed at that particular time as anything inside. My fast died at wife's on that. He was again profoundly affected by his experiences, not just there, but coming back after serving his country in a very difficult environment like many of you have been in. And it also profoundly affected him. If he was sitting here today with us, he would say, man, what a great guy. He's like a lot of veterans I met. He could talk to anybody. He was highly motivated, great leadership skills. He could do a lot of different things. But I remember one evening when I was, my wife and I had just been married a few years. He'd had a beer or two to drink. We were sitting out on the porch on vacation on the beach. And for the first and only time, he talked for 3 or 4 hours about his experiences serving our nation in Vietnam and how that had affected him and the way he looked upon things. So I think I love the what you all bring to WSU, you bring to our classes, bring to our campuses, the leadership, the self-motivation. But many in the room have experienced things that none of our students, none of our faculty and staff will ever experience or have the opportunity to. And that also means that we also don't always understand where you are coming from or why a situation on campus that we might think of as relatively minor or modest can have a significant impact on your educational experience. So today, I'm here to learn. I know a lot of my colleagues are here to learn. What can we do to be better? If we ever reach a point where we go, we're good enough, we're not continuing to improve the way we need to. So I look forward to hearing from our speakers, from our student veterans, from our faculty and staff who have served in the military about what can WSU do to improve and make sure that we are a place that continues to emphasize success for our students, for our faculty, and for our staff. Finally, I had an opportunity to meet with some of our student veterans yesterday in Vancouver, and it was once again a reminder that the cultures between public higher education and the armed services are significantly different. And that means that we've got to do everything we can to help people transition from a military climate and environment to a public university environment where the chain of command is nebulous at best. It's not always clear who has responsibilities for what. And when you start asking people, they're not always sure. And if you come out of a very structured environment where people would give you answers and it was clear, you know, whether you agreed with it or not, you at least knew who was in charge. Those are the types of things, not to trivialize that, but what can we do, and I hope to hear today, to make that environment successful for many of you, to make sure that we're providing the support that you need, but also that we're helping you as you transition to civilian life and hopefully a fabulous career in WSU is part of what helped get you there, along with your service to our country. So look forward to hearing a lot today, look forward to learning a lot. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I am thrilled to have something like this here in the Tri-Cities that is a system function. We're going to be doing more of this where we bring people on all of our campuses, not just Pullman, to different locations for system functions. And I expected Sandra to say that this would be the ideal location always, just like a good chancellor would. So thank you, and go Cougs.
I realized I didn't introduce myself. Go figure. I know so many of you, but for those of you whom I haven't met yet, I'm Jamie Nolan. I'm the Associate Vice President for Community, Equity, and Inclusive Excellence. And I live on the Pullman campus, but I spend time on all our campuses, which is something I deeply appreciate. I have established some really great relationships with folks, and I absolutely know that when we do that, there's just so much more. There's more possibility. And again, we learn from each other and support one another. And in this kind of work, that's really important. So I now will have the honor to introduce our first keynote speaker, Jared Lyon. You may have seen his bio on the back of your program. It's quite a bio you have. And it really reflects, again, to student veteran experience. Jared is the National President and CEO of Student Veterans of America. I've heard nothing but wonderful things after our students returned from the conference, for example. He, of course, is also a veteran. He's a veteran of the U.S. Navy and served as a submariner and diver, taking part in multiple deployments in support of the global war on terrorism. Upon his leaving the military, which was with an honorable discharge at Northrop Grumman, and went on to manage Florida operations for Washington Nationals Major League Baseball. A lot of breadth, something I appreciate as a very interdisciplinary person. He holds a Master's of Public Administration from the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs at Syracuse. I lived in Hamilton for a while. I know Syracuse was the big city, where he's also an adjunct professor. He's vice chair of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, Advisory Committee on Education and a commissioner for the American Council on Education, Veteran Advisory Board. He's the 2018 Presidential Leadership Scholar, which is a bipartisan effort to cultivate high-impact leaders, applying the lessons in leadership learned from the presidential experiences of George W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George H.W. Bush, and Lyndon B. Johnson. So without further ado, please welcome Jared Lyon.
So I apologize with that bio. I knew you thought I'd be taller. The first thing that I have to do is to thank all of you for getting me out of Washington, D.C. for a couple of days. I do very much appreciate that. And what I thought I'd do is use our time this morning to sort of set the stage for what I hope is a very productive and fruitful conversation for each and every one of you here in the room. But I was struck by some of President Schultz's comments as it pertained to culture. And so if we start thinking about the culture between the military and post-secondary education, if we think hard enough, we can find a lot of differences. If we think hard enough, we could probably find a lot of similarities. Chief among them, when I'm talking about similarities, I often make the joke that the second largest bureaucracy outside of the government, military included, would actually be higher education. And so when we start thinking about how you navigate both of those things, they start unlocking some of these similarities. But if we start talking about culture, I think words matter a great deal. And if we think of the context of post-secondary education, words matter an immense amount. And so I might shock some to sort of say the notion to kind of start us off this morning. But if we start thinking through what we endeavor to do today, would it shock you to know that I might not advise to create military and veteran-friendly campuses? It's weird, right? Like, I'm from Student Veterans of America. Why would I not say that? And I would say that maybe because here's the thing. If you can define what friendly means, and it's a universally accepted term, and you can measure it, continue to do it all day long. But if we can't define what friendly means, and we can't measure it, then perhaps I might encourage you to think through not a veteran-friendly strategy, but rather a veteran-inclusive strategy. Because inclusivity matters in post-secondary education. Inclusivity is what makes up the very fabric of our institutions of higher learning. And if we're talking about friendly, very frequently when we dive into the research, it's pejorative. It's a head pat that says, thank you for your service, but we gave it the office. So if we start thinking about ways in which to think through inclusivity as it pertains to veterans on our campuses, we can drive a strategy that makes sure that nobody is left behind. Further, would it shock you to know the number one thing that veterans don't consider themselves within their first 5 years of separating from active duty? Anyone know what it is? The thing that veterans do not consider themselves. Veterans. Now, they know logically that they're veterans. They are proud of their service. It's nothing to do with that. But a veteran is somebody who's a little bit older. It's maybe our grandfather. You know, I'll be a veteran later when I have time. Now, I fly all over the country quite regularly. And when I do, you're in airports, right? Think of the last time that you flew through an airport and saw somebody wearing an Army hat or a Navy hat or a Marine Corps hat. I would challenge you if that person wasn't over the age of probably 60, right? Like, we're a veteran, we have time. I'll put on my Navy ball cap when I can head down to my local VFW post and drink beers and tell lies, wear my pants a little higher around my waist. That's when I'll be a veteran, when I've got time. But we even start thinking about it too with more data. So if you think through what a civic organization is, right? Like, I'm going to define that as maybe like the Kiwanis Club or Lions Club, or maybe even like the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, of which I'm members of all of them. But if you think about the average age in which somebody joins the American Legion or the VFW, they are our oldest organizations, been around both for over 100 years. Anyone know the average age somebody joins them? Yes? Yep. 57. And it's been that way for 100 years. And if you go back like I have and look at their national conventions, the schedules and the agendas, for 100 years they've been talking about how we can't get more young people to join the organization, we're going to go under. They've been around for 100 years. There are a few companies in America that have been around for 100 years. So they were around back then, and they'll continue to be around. Now, inversely, do we know the average age in which an American joins a civic organization, such as Lions Club, Kiwanis, etc.? You could think of examples. 56. It's almost the same. So if we think through this strategy of veteran inclusion, right, inclusivity, what we're really trying to do is not define the veteran as other. We're trying to define the veteran as a part of the American experience. And that's why veterans are not necessarily identifying as veterans right away, because veteran is not actually an identity. It's an experience, right? Whether you had that experience for a few months or for 30 years, it's an experience. It shapes who you are, but it doesn't define entirely who you are. We're also mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles, people who like football and people who very much dislike football, right? Like we're Americans. And really when it boils down to it, we have to think through these strategies of creating veteran inclusion as the driving benchmark for what we do. Now, the work that I do has me all over the country, but I really do very much enjoy being here in Washington State. And over the past 2 weeks, for myself personally, I was in the Oval Office just a little over 2 weeks ago with the President of the United States to sign a new piece of legislation into law called the Veterans in STEM Careers Act. Now, the work that we do for Student Veterans of America on Capitol Hill is incredibly nonpartisan, has to be, right? And the cool thing about inclusivity is trying to bring everyone along. And if you've been following the news, whether the presidential elections or nominations or Congress, there's a lot of divisiveness that is driving a lot of the headlines. But one thing is still holding true in Congress. We can come around together on some issues. Veterans, thankfully, is still one of those issues. So that little piece of legislation that the president signed into law, it's two co-sponsors in the Senate. Listen to this. Marco Rubio, a Republican from Florida, and Amy Klobuchar, the Democrat from Minnesota, came together to create more opportunity for veterans in STEM careers. Reason being, it's the second most popular major for veterans utilizing the GI Bill right now. And so we went to sign that piece of legislation into law for that reason. And just yesterday, I was testifying, or rather Tuesday, it blends together. I'm also a new father. My wife and I had a baby 5.5 weeks ago. So sleep, right? But that to say, on Tuesday, I had the opportunity to deliver Student Veterans of America's 2020 policy priorities between a joint hearing of the Senate and Senate House Veteran Affairs Committees. Now, if you read the whole policy priorities, about 24 pages, it's riveting if anyone's having difficulty falling asleep. But we had that opportunity to present. And again, that notion of bipartisanship is something that can bring us together. So if we can look for something that unites us versus something that separates us, that's evidence of an inclusive strategy. Bringing together the commonalities to understand the whole person, right? The whole veteran, the whole family, the whole experience of even our family members that are survivors. So they're family members who have died in service. So this notion of veteran friendly is one, if you can define it and you know how to measure it, I encourage you to continue to do it. But if not, maybe look for something that we actually do in higher education, which is drive conversations about inclusion. Your title has the word inclusivity right in it. So if we drive these strategies of inclusion, we are having a conversation that is more culturally relevant and competent as veterans in higher education. And if we talk about culture, words still matter. So at Student Veterans of America, we've driven the term that we like to be called student veterans versus veteran students. A veteran student sort of connotes the idea of a Tommy Boy or a Van Wilder of sorts, somebody working on their education for 20 plus years. That's a veteran student. A student veteran is somebody who has served their country, come home, shed the uniform, and is now a student first. The part of their experience that's most relevant while we are working with them in post-secondary education is the fact that they're a student and also a veteran. Much like a student athlete is there to earn an education and is also doing athletics. Take what we've learned and apply it to our population as well. So if I wanted to share the sort of overall aggregated data that we've worked on at Student Veterans of America, the story of it kind of starts in 2011. So in 2011, Congress was asking the Department of Veterans Affairs a fairly straightforward question. hey, we passed the new GI Bill, post 9/11 GI Bill in 2008. It started to be implemented in 2009. How are we doing? VA said, well, we've spent $40 billion on X number of recipients. Congress said, great. How are they doing? VA said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, what types of majors are they pursuing? What types of institutions of higher learning do they attend? What are their current academic performance rates? What are their graduation rates? VA said, oh, I don't know. Now, I always pause there because it sounds like I'm beating up the VA. To give them a lot of top cover, it was never put into the law that we would track the metrics of how student veterans are doing. So VA took the money from Congress and they allocated it in the same way that they still do today, like disability and compensation. So much more like an accountant would. Dollars in, dollars out, start and stop dates, and that's it. That's what they track. And to this day, that's still what they track. And so if you think about it, what Congress was asking was a question that they're very frequently used to asking the Department of Education. We look at Title IV funding, things like Pell Grants, federally backed student loans and the like. When they look at that information, Congress, because of the Department of Education's regulation to receive federal dollars, our academic institutions have our institutions of the institutions of academic research, right? We're reporting all this data back to the Department of Education. Still to this day, the Offices of Academic Institutional Research are not tracking veterans. So they report back to Ed on just who they were. But if you think about it, that's kind of the notion of we have to think through veterans as a whole person in this experience as a student. Because if we do, we start realizing that the whole of veterans is there. It's that little piece of legislation I mentioned that we signed into law not too long ago. Most veteran advocates in the United States had no idea that it had passed. And the reason is because it did not come out of the House or Senate Veteran Affairs Committee. It came out of the Science and Education committees. Because veterans are whole people. If you look at everything that impacts the life of a veteran, actually the VA doesn't touch much of it. It's about 40%. Did anyone drive here today? Did you have a legal ability to do that through a driver's license and insurance? You got that through the Department of Veterans Affairs? No, right? Like you got that from other arms of government, right? We're whole people, we're Americans, and we also are veterans. So if you have to think through this notion of inclusivity, you start thinking whole of government, you start thinking whole of university resources, to think through who veterans truly are as students. What we've learned is that they're grown-ups, which might shock a lot of people. So on average, veterans are older than their civilian counterparts. They're more likely to be working while they're in school, full or part-time, and all of the like. So this data became important because in 2011, there was a reason that Congress was asking this question. The reason was pretty straightforward. They were asking that question because we had allocated $42 billion over a 10-year period of time. And by 2011, we'd already spent $40 billion. So with only $2 billion to go and many more than the amount of years left, why was Congress asking that question? Should we keep funding this? Is it worth it? Are veterans doing okay? There was a lot of reports at the time that veterans were just going to college to have, a little bit of take a knee from their military service. They probably weren't going to good institutions of higher learning, that they weren't pursuing academically rigorous degrees, even if they were going to school, and that they definitely were having poor academic outcomes measured by GPA and ultimately graduation. Now, that sentiment in 2011 is the exact same sentiment that we had in 1944. We talked about World War II veterans in the exact same way. And we dubbed that generation what? Greatest generation, right? We all know that. But we did the same thing after Korea. We did the same thing after Vietnam. We're doing the same thing today because we're forgetting the notion that veterans are these remarkable individuals, whether drafted or volunteered, who went on to put others before themselves, many of whom don't retire. So in a briefing with, you're naming it after Secretary Mattis or General Mattis, your pick, right? Whatever's most appropriate. In a briefing with him while he was Secretary of Defense, we had a conversation about how many folks reach a military retirement. Does anybody know? The percentage of the force that will reach a retirement. I'll be generous. I'll include do your 20 plus or a medical retirement, right? Because you might retire without that full 20. Does anyone know what it is? 1%? That'd be amazing. No, that's very low. But most people think it's around 50, 60% at least. It's 17%. And it's been 17% since the 1950s. So the Department of Defense measures retention by does somebody retire? Well, as General Selva at the time said, who was the Vice Chief of Staff, if that's our measurement, we suck at retention. And I was like, yeah, your words, not mine, right? All that to say, when you start looking at it, we hear too frequently from veterans, I only served 4 years. I only served 8 years. I only served 16 years. I only. We're a humble bunch, but only is more than most. Another fun statistic, 1% serve our country in uniform. Anyone ever heard about the 1%? Fun with numbers, it's not accurate. So if we look at all veterans alive, right, we make up about 9% of the adult population. Where that 1% comes from is fun with statistics. At any given time, less than 1% of society is currently serving in uniform, inclusive of active duty guard and reserve. So if you add them to the current veterans, of anyone who's wearing or worn a uniform, we make up about 10% of the adult population. So we're not actually all that small, but 90% of the adult population does not serve, right? So this is a unique population. But it became data to sort of understand the population that would drive this notion that would keep the GI Bill funded. So the original GI Bill started with the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944, and it has been cut 7 times. Congress used to operate with the assumption you go to war, you come home, benefit. Serve during peace, no benefits. There was no Department of Veterans Affairs. There was no Veterans Administration until 1944. Right? It didn't become a cabinet level office until President George H.W. Bush made it so in 1989, right? So like this idea of having a Department of Veterans Affairs is still kind of a new one, relative. So this notion was after World War II, GI Bill, well then Korea kicked off. Korea wasn't eligible for the World War II GI Bill. So the GI Bill got cut. We had to wait to the end of Korea, then new GI Bill. Well then major conflict following, Vietnam. Vietnam wasn't eligible for the Korea. And Congress was like, well, we can't pass a new law for a war that's still going. We got to wait for the war to end and then bring them all home and then have. So our sisters and brothers in arms who served in Vietnam, my father-in-law included, were not eligible for the same GI Bill. So they had sort of a makeshift one. And then we had this idea in 1973 that we were going to abolish the draft. We no longer have a draft, right? So that happened before the Vietnam conflict concluded. But we have no draft. So with an all-volunteer force, the notion was, how do we recruit force? And a new GI Bill was born called the Montgomery GI Bill, which required people to pay into it because it was a peacetime benefit. And then we just kind of kept that rolling until September 11th, 2001, conducted the longest period of sustained combat in our nation's history. It is still going. And from that period of time, we didn't pass a new GI Bill for a wartime generation until 2008, 8 years after the conflict had started. And we did so based on the advocacy of our brothers in arms in Congress who served in Vietnam, didn't want to make sure that there was still that benefit. So this new GI Bill is still here, but data is what's going to keep it around. So it's now called the Forever GI Bill due to a lot of information that we've studied. So because we got frustrated that the government was unwilling to study the academic outcomes of veterans, because the accepted wisdom at the time was, well, geez, if we study it, we're going to have proof of how poorly they're doing. If we don't study it, we can just keep advocating to keep it going. But at Student Veterans of America, we know veterans because we are them, and we see them on campuses nationwide outperforming our civilian peers. So we wanted to study it. Like a good group of NCOs and junior officers, we just rolled up our sleeves and said, screw it, we'll solve the problem ourselves. So we partnered with the Department of Veterans Affairs and the National Student Clearinghouse. We studied the first 1.845 million veterans to use the GI Bill in the post 9/11 era, inclusive of the Montgomery GI Bill, as well as the post 9/11 now Forever GI Bill. And what we learned shocked a lot of policymakers, but not a lot of veterans. Veterans are doing real well in post-secondary education. So here's what I can tell you, that at present, the first myth that we hear most regularly is that student veterans are going to be going to predatory online for-profit schools. Less than 16% of veterans go to for-profit online schools. And all Americans that do choose that path of education is about 21%. So veterans are actually less likely to go to a for-profit online school. The next thing we hear is, okay, if they're not going to a for-profit online school, they must mostly be going to a community college to pursue an associate's degree, if not probably seeking certificate-based training, vocational training versus post-secondary education. You can use your GI Bill for anything. So we know that since 2009, less than 5% of veterans have ever used their GI Bill for vocational or certificate-based training. 95 go to post-secondary education. But here's the interesting thing. They don't attend community colleges at a high rate on the GI Bill. That delineation is important. What they do, though, is that 67% of veterans that complete a bachelor's degree on the GI Bill start at community college, but don't use their GI Bill at community college. So we've done the math. We've realized community college is pretty cheap. Why would I waste my benefit at community college? So they preserve it, pay out of pocket at community college, transfer into a 4-year. This is what the trend is now. But for the past 15 years, it's been moving to that direction. So the next thing is that, okay, if they're going to 4-year schools more likely, they must be all a bunch of underwater basket weaving majors. Well, the top 3 majors for veterans in this order using the GI Bill are business, then science, technology, engineering, and math, and then health-related fields. Does anyone know the top 3 majors for the United States military's officer corps? Currently, yes? It's in the top 5. It is. So number 1 is history. Number 2 is political science. Number 3 is criminal justice. Then kinesiology, then philosophy/English. That's the active duty officer corps. But 90% of people that use the GI Bill as veterans are enlisted, 1% warrant officers, and 9% commissioned officers. And their top 3 majors are business, science, technology, engineering, and math, and health-related fields. And to give our officer corps a little bit of top cover, they probably made that academic decision at 17 or 18, right? And as veterans who go back who are enlisted, we're probably making that decision with a bit more life experience behind us. But here's what's even more interesting, is that veterans start in those same 3 majors that the officer corps does. History, political science, criminal justice. I say this as a social science major, right? So they start in those degrees, but they don't graduate in them. Their outcomes are business, STEM, and health-related fields. And then if you take it out, interestingly, computer science is still not counted by the Department of Ed as STEM, but that would be number 4. And then number 5 would be social work. And so veterans are going into careers that have demand, because when we start looking at it, veterans are not making these decisions as young people. They're making these decisions as experienced adult learners. And they know that on the other side of that education is the rest of their lives. That's why they're not defining themselves as a veteran yet. They're defining themselves as somebody in a hurry to get back into the workforce and to get their life back on track after they took a period of time to serve their country. But it can feel like you're behind the curve as you're doing that. So the next thing we start understanding is, who is the contemporary student veteran? So nearly 80% of us are between the ages of 25 and 36. Of that population, it shocks many to know, we overrepresent with women veterans. So all veterans living is about 12% women. Active duty force, 18% and growing. It's actually the quickest growing demographic on active duty. But women veterans in college, using the GI Bill, is 27%. And if we look nationwide at the chapter leadership of a Student Veterans of America chapter, 49% of our chapter presidents are women veterans, our sisters in arms. And so when you start looking at it next, the notion is, well, they're 50% of them are working full-time while they're in school. Another 25% work part-time. Wait a second, I thought they had the GI Bill. Doesn't that just cover everything? Wish I had the GI Bill. Well, interestingly, the next statistic is that 52% of us are married when we go back to school, and about 47% of us have children. Nearly 20% of us are single parents. So we're grown-ups with grown-up responsibilities when we go back to school. And on average, we're still taking 15 credit hours, and the nationwide GPA for veterans right now is a 3.35. That is higher than the national average. And our overall success rate, I use success rate versus graduation rate, not to kind of cherry pick the numbers. But the overall graduation rate in America kind of shocks most people to know that it's about 53%. Now, graduation rate is defined by the Department of Education as a first-time full-time student enrolled at their institution of learning, no transfers, and graduates within 6 years. That's graduation rate. I think it's a pretty terrible definition, but call the Department of Ed if you have. But they've come up with this notion of success rate, which measures persistence to degree. It's a more fair measure for the average student in higher education who is increasingly growing towards adult learners. By 2021, we will cross the Rubicon that over 50% of college students in America will be over the age of 25. Does anyone know the percentage of adult-aged Americans in these United States that has a bachelor's or higher? It's 37%. We're a very undereducated society. Now for veterans, in the post 9/11 era, fully 77% of us are in possession of a bachelor's degree or higher. We're the most educated subsect of the US population, period. Higher earned incomes after graduation than our civilian counterparts, and more likelihood to be working in our careers. The last thing that shocks people on this data is that fully 88% of veterans do something post-military after they graduate college that has little or nothing to do with what they did in the military, right? So we keep talking about this notion of let's get veterans into, you were a medic in the Army, let's get you as an EMT in the civilian side. Medics in the Army are more likely to be mechanical engineering majors than they are medical majors. And infantrymen are more likely to be in a nurse practitioner program than they are to be in infantry studies, right? I kid, but when we start looking at it though, the notion of military service has totally changed in a wartime generation versus a peacetime. If we continue to drive strategies that are 30 years old, we are not being inclusive of the notion of who is the contemporary student veteran. In our generation, none of us were drafted. We all volunteered. Now, that's not to look for any amount of sympathy, but we volunteered during a time of war. And when we did so, we didn't show up to the recruiter and say, I want to join the Army and gain a skill. We said, I want to join the Army to serve my country, or the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, the Coast Guard. And when we did that, the interesting thing on the job you did in the military is actually not driven by the career you thought you could have after. It was driven by the notion of service, the opportunity for an education, and when can I ship to basic training? And of the jobs that shipped more quickly, you usually had three options and chose one of them. You served your time to your country. Sure, the military dumped a lot of resources to train you how to do that job. That's not necessarily what you wanted to be when you grew up. You wanted to serve your country when others were not willing to step up in our generation. And think about this notion that the longest period of sustained combat in our nation's history, I don't want to be stereotypical here, but it's been fought by millennials, of which I'm a proud member of. I was born in 1982, so I like to think of myself as an elder millennial, but a millennial nonetheless. Now, this notion is ideas to drive today's conversation. The thing that I wanted to be able to just share very briefly is on this aggregated information beyond the data that I've just shared with you. I wanted to share with you what we've been able to figure out at the aggregated data level. Okay, so this is not qualitative data in nature where we talk to a lot of people. This is all the quantitative data. But it often shocks people because the things that we're trying to solve in higher education are usually anecdotal in nature versus having data behind them. So here's what we've actually started to learn about contemporary student veteran. They're more like adult learners than we thought. So the number one challenge for adult learners is usually the ability to finance their education. It's not the number one challenge for veterans, but they're pretty closely aligned after that. So the first challenge that we actually have as student veterans going back to school is childcare. And childcare not in the notion of what we call the 9 to 5 hours, right? We're responsible grown-ups. We're not like, geez, I don't know what to do with my kids, right? But where we struggle is those early morning classes before my childcare option is open. Or the fact that I'm a junior and 32 years old and the leader of our group project is 20 and they set the time for the group meeting at the library at 9:30 at night. That's great if you live in the dorms or are close to campus or do not have dependents. But I just put my kids to bed an hour and a half ago. And what am I going to get a babysitter for a 9:30 meeting? And so we start thinking about these off hours, nights, weekends, and odd hours during the day, which adds to the notion of the next biggest thing. It's actually financing our education. Now this seems counterintuitive because we have the GI Bill, but I told you the three majors that we're starting in, right? We often transfer majors and graduate with something that has much more academic viability on the other end of it. But what that means is that we expended our GI Bill on something that we did not graduate in. So nationwide, veterans are graduating with $27,000 in student loans right now, despite having the GI Bill. So the next thing is this notion that while they're in school, from the financing perspective, it leads to employment. You don't think of employment while you're in school, you think of employment after you graduate. On average, it's taking us 5 years to complete a bachelor's degree, which is pretty close to the national average right now, actually. And while we're doing that, we're working full or part-time. And our schools are usually set up for career opportunities at the Career Center after graduation. So if we start talking to employers about this huge talent pipeline that is being overlooked in non-degreed roles whilst a student, you can work for 5 years, graduate, and move into those roles. So of the student veterans that are working full or part-time, we know the two industries that they work in most commonly nationwide: service and retail. And they're majoring in business, science, technology, engineering, and math and health-related fields, and do not have enough time to go do an internship or an externship to gain industry experience. So now they've graduated college with 6 years of military service, 5 years working retail. It's 11 years of work history and a shiny new diploma with no network to move into their next opportunity. So we start thinking about advisement as the last notion. Advisement is not due to poor academic outcomes, despite not yet getting it right and still driving higher ed policies from 30 years ago logic. Student veterans are thriving. They're far exceeding the success rates of their peers, but we could get them to that thriving notion in a more accelerated fashion by understanding who they are. So advisement is not due to remedial education. They're actually going to do pretty darn good there. Advisement is based on the premise that veterans know exactly how to navigate all of the benefits that they're eligible for, and there are a huge dearth of benefits. It's further the notion that they have no academic advisement because here's the other thing. Just under 2/3 of us, 66%, are just like me, a first-generation college student, the first member of their family to ever step foot on a college campus. Further, when we do that, we start in majors like history, political science, criminal justice. Again, no disrespect to those majors. I'm among that cohort. But we graduate, is the point, with different majors because we're thinking about our career options afterwards. And we have higher earned incomes. So what's the problem? The problem is this notion that we can start correctly the proper operating position in driving this concept of veteran inclusivity versus veteran friendly, challenging ourselves to understand who the contemporary veteran is and to meet them where they are, to set them up for success based on where they are so we can watch them thrive. Because for every generation from the present day back to the American Revolution, it has been veterans who have gone on to solve complex problems that our country faces. And it's always been educated veterans who have done that more than anything else. The last notion that we notice, these adult learners who are post-traditional students, who are student veterans, the fifth thing is a connectivity to community. The number one thing that you can give a veteran that drives their graduation rates up 3 times is a peer on campus, someone they can relate to. And the interesting thing with adult learners is that peer might be a fellow veteran, might be a dependent, it could be a professor because in some cases they're older than them, but it also could be the traditional age student because this is the first time in American history where only 1 in 3 college students states that they know a veteran firsthand. For nearly the whole time that we tracked this since 1953, it used to be 1 in 2. That gap is widening because we look at the civilian military divide. We have a smaller military than we've ever had before, so less Americans serve. General Mattis, when secretary, would describe this as the most lethal fighting force for freedom and democracy that our world has ever known. Well, lethal in business terms means nothing more than efficient, right? And if your company is getting real efficient, you probably have less employees, right? The military is the same. This force is smaller because it's more effective. But that also means that less Americans have the opportunity to serve. That means that today's traditional college students, who are as normal as student veterans, don't have the opportunity to get to know someone who wore the cloth of their nation. So to the student veterans in the room, I challenge you that we have an opportunity, and I would dare say an obligation, to get to know those traditional students while we're on campus, because they actually have that opportunity to get to know who serves. They get to know the contemporary student veteran through your leadership. And if we consider this notion of an all-volunteer force, the vitalness of that continuation is America's willingness to continue to serve. And so you, as today's student veterans, are quite literally the ambassadors of the all-volunteer force. You have the ability to let America know who serves why they serve, how well they do when they come home. And so the last notion that I'll leave you with is pretty straightforward. We talked about the greatest generation a little earlier, right? Do you know when we started to say the greatest generation, when that notion entered the American lexicon? 1998, when a dude named Tom Brokaw wrote a book by the same title. What did we call them before we called them the greatest generation? And I mean the whole generation, not just those that wore the uniform. We called them the GI generation. Much like baby boomers or millennials today, the whole name of the whole generation is GI generation, because the GI Bill quite literally had such a huge impact because 16 million women and men served at that time. It was a huge portion of the population. So they were all called collectively the GI generation, because whether you deployed overseas, defended the home front in uniform, or worked in a factory, or sacrificed home goods, or bought war bonds, the whole generation participated. So they were called the GI generation. But here's this notion: we didn't call them the greatest generation until 53 years after the guns in Europe and the Pacific fell silent. We waited 53 years to know how good they did. Let's not make that mistake with this generation. Now, the greatest generation means that our best days are behind us. So at Student Veterans of America, we've often been referred to, congressional testimony and in platitudes alike, as maybe the next greatest generation. But we don't think that's fair, and we certainly don't think that it's inclusive. So what we've instead adopted is this notion of being the best of a generation. Because since the American Revolution to present, those that stepped up, whether drafted or volunteered, literally represented the best of their generation. And at present day, 7 out of 10 military-aged Americans, the DoD defines this as 17 to 34, 7 out of 10 of that whole population of America is ineligible to serve in the United States military. Only 3 out of 10 Americans are. It is very difficult to serve in the military. It's very hard to get in. You don't wind up in the military anymore. You have to choose it. Last thing to know is to why. Why are they not coming in? First is they haven't graduated high school. Second, they can't pass the ASVAB. Third, they have a health condition, which includes physical, mental, behavioral, and cognitive. Fourth is usually some sort of criminal activity. Honestly, this is more just a little bit notion of like marijuana is legal in some states and not with the feds. It's usually the preclusion. And fifth is that they have tattoos below the elbow or above the neckline, or piercings above the neckline. And we just don't offer waivers anymore. So since 2009, 0.05% of people who've come in the military with a GED, 99.05% have come in with a high school diploma or higher. And it leads to 77% of the post 9/11 era of our generation having their education in hand already. Today's veterans and the veterans that will come after us, we should not have sympathy for the great things that they have done in service to their country. We should instead look at them more accurately as the best of their generation, who, when they take off the cloth of our uniform, are certainly not done serving. I can't wait to be with you all day and share with you some of the other state level things. So pick my brain. I'm here through the reception. I don't leave until 6 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you all so very much for your time and attention.
Jared, we'd also love to give you a token of our appreciation in the form of a gift. As someone who's been engaged in the work of equity and inclusion for 25 years, I have a deep appreciation for a lot of what you said. Certainly, and it's taken me this particular socio-political moment to say that my mantra is all about, this work is about everybody. And a lot of what you were sharing touches on every underrepresented community that I've ever worked with. And I'd also say that as someone whose father served in the Korean War and a husband who was in the Marines, that growing up, I never really thought about that connection that I had more directly. And we all have the family stories that our president was sharing with us. But I found that as I have, over the past probably 6 years, taken a more significant and special interest in how do I serve our student veterans, it's also made much more visible to me my personal familial connection and what my family members went through and continue. So thank you so much for your knowledge and your words that you are sharing with us today. I think it's also important that what you are sharing is that this work, this understanding of complexity, that identity is way more complex and dynamic than we often appreciate it. And that we are not just one thing. We're not just our gender. We are not just a veteran. We are millions of things, actually. Certain things will be more salient in certain moments, and you've certainly provided that perspective for us today. So, and I also appreciate, and I keep going back to our president's words at last year's State of the University address, where he acknowledged that the work of equity and inclusion is and should be in every aspect of the WSU. Powerful statement to make, and I keep reminding all of us, Kirk, keeps the fire going in our bellies to do this important work. So we're going to move into our next section, which is student veterans in higher education. And I'm going to invite up here the students who are serving on this particular panel. We have Claudia Berry. Come on up. We have from our Pullman campus, Chris Mann. There he is. Missed you this morning, Chris. And we have Jason Trozine, who's a student at our WSU Spokane campus. None of us are outliers today. What? Oh.
Never heard of him.
He works at our Spokane campus.
Of course, I meant go Cougs.
You better. Yeah, so we're just going to give time for each of our students to share some experiences they had at the National Conference for the Student Veterans National Program Organization. Thank you. I'm fumbling a bit here. So you're on. Who wants to go first? It looks like Claudia's going first.
Oh, okay, I'm going first.
She's just closest to me.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Okay, cool. I'm Claudia Berry, as you could see up here. I just want to say thank you for having me here. It's so nice to meet all of you, see some faces again, like Jared. The SBA conference, it was my first year personally going. I went straight from high school into the service, and then from the service went to New York, took a little break, and then came to Pullman. So the opportunity to go, kind of had no idea what I was getting myself into. It was definitely a eye-opening opportunity. Personally, it helped, like Jared said earlier, no veteran really walks around and says, hey, I'm a veteran, like, look at me. So getting out of service, I never really thought about it. I didn't say, hey, I'm a veteran, this is what I'm going to do. This is how this changes my experience personally on campus or just in general. And going to that conference, seeing so many different student veterans coming from campuses around the world, whether it be Florida, Minnesota, Pullman, Spokane even, or whatever the case may be, just different campuses. Seeing and hearing their experiences and how they're using their service or how they're using what they're going through to better themselves made me realize personally that I wasn't thinking about those skills and assets that I did have to my advantage. It showed that networking is very important. You do have to take that into consideration. Go out there, get in touch with people. A lot of other campuses were using outside resources, getting in touch with other campuses and just working with one another to figure that out. there's a plethora of other things kind of that it's speaking. I'm not gonna buff that one. But it showed that there's a lot of different perspectives on situations, you know? So things that I may not have been taken into consideration as much of how it was being a woman in the military, or just like a man's perspective, like being in the military, or just being a part of the LGBTQ community and being in the military, just a older veteran, younger veteran, whoever it was, hearing those different experiences was really, truly eye-opening, and having that opportunity to hear people speak and hear where they have gone and how they have used their experience was amazing. I would do it again, definitely.
Yeah, so I guess my name's Chris Mann. I'm the president of the Student Vets for Pullman. I also went to the SBA conference with my first year, and first year kind of being in any sort of authority at WSU. I'll give you a breakdown of how the conference works. So there are keynote speakers where it's mass auditorium filled with other student vets, faculty advisors, corporate partners, and then there are hourly breakout sessions throughout this entire hotel and convention center. So there are, some of the ones we went to were chapter best practices, and it was leaders from other chapters around the country who were doing amazing things. And it was them telling kind of what, the struggles they went through, what are some ways they got around, low involvement, low engagement. How did they, boost it up to where they were actually getting, student vets to actually show up to their events and participate, which is probably the hardest thing in the world, because everybody wants to come, get their degree, leave, or they have families after work, side jobs where they can't necessarily come to a committee meeting. But so it was just the learning experiences and realizing that we're not the only ones that are actually struggling with everything that I've actually brought up at WSU's, voiced that this is what we can change. There are so many other schools that are dealing with it as well. It was great to see that there was areas where I thought, we're really struggling, and then I would hear from other students. I'm like, oh man, we're looking kind of like a shiny star compared to their university. So they're just the networking and hearing for other experiences, and there, is instrumental, I think. I went there and I networked with, you guys aren't gonna like it, but UW Tacoma. They don't like the mothership either. So, but hearing what they're doing, was really, they started where we're trying to strive to, getting the engagement, getting a good sense of community, and really develop to where, student vets are coming in and wanting to be engaged. If they're having issues, they can come, knowing where to come to get the resources that are provided to them. It was just, I think if I could send more people to a conference every year, that would be the one, just for the learning aspect of every single one of those breakout sessions wasn't driven by, a facilitator necessarily. It was the students who were going through the same exact experiences. So I feel like it was more impactful. So I enjoyed it. I'm pretty stoked. We're actually going to be able to send more people to it next year. We got more funding. So, if from your satellite campuses, if you can come up with it, highly recommend it.
So I'm Jason Trozine. I'm actually a student at Gonzaga University, sorry. But I am the campus registrar at the Spokane campus for WSU. So I had kind of a unique experience, and for Jared, I'm the outlier for a lot of your data. I actually did 20 years. I retired from the Air Force, and I completed my bachelor's degree, and I completed 2 master's degrees. And now I'm working on completing a PhD. So I'm a little bit of an outlier, and in some manners, and some I'm the same. So like Jared was saying, I did complete a bachelor's degree in professional aeronautics through Embry-Riddle, because while I was in the Air Force, it made sense that I was going to do airplane maintenance. And then I said, well, that's not very much fun, because I get dirty hands and calluses. So I was like, I'm going to kind of transition. So Then I did my master's in business, which was part of your data, I'm sure that was a piece. And then now I'm doing a PhD in leadership studies because I'm a glutton for punishment, and I just thought I'd be a lifetime learner. So for the SVA conference, it was amazing. It was my first SVA conference as well. I had the unique opportunity because I was able to go as a student for Gonzaga, but I was on a secret mission for WSU. I was there because I want to make things better at the Spokane campus for our veterans. So I was trying to do my best to gather data on how I could make a student veteran center in Spokane, and then how do I fund that, and then how do I take care of those veterans. So I did all the sessions that were unique to that situation. So that's why I was there. I didn't get to meet Chris or James. I didn't get to meet Claudia, which was unfortunate. I tried to find the WSU brothers and sisters that were there, but I just wasn't able to because I didn't know them very well at the time. So I was with Gonzaga folks most of the time. But the Veterans of America, it was amazing. Jared, very good speaker, has a lot of good data, a lot of good support for veterans, so it was wonderful to hear what he had to say. It was wonderful to hear some of the other guest speakers as well. The sessions that I attended were amazing, and I've even brought some of those back to the Spokane campus and said, hey, how can we get more money for a veteran center? How can we get a space, because we don't have a space? And that was my goal. And then at the end, the latter part of the conference, I actually went to the VFW folks and I said, hey, I don't think that I got a proper rating for when I retired. And they said, well, how can we help? So I had a bunch of different things that I was trying to do there. The SVA conference was amazing in the fact that there were a bunch of employers there, and they were doing interviews on the spot for a lot of the veterans. It was amazing. And I believe there were a few veterans that were hired on the spot. And it was just, I hope to send some Spokane veterans when we get to go again, hopefully. But yeah, it was an amazing experience. I really enjoyed it. So thank you for putting that together.
I mean, do y'all have any questions? Yeah.
I had that information. Yeah. I was enlisted as well, so the enlisted are the best.
All right. Anything else? So we sent 3 plus James. So James is filling as our. James is our student faculty advisor. He's also filling his master's at WSU, but he also serves as the committee's advisor. So we were able, he was going to self-fund it. We ended up getting student involvement to kind of help foot the bill for that. So we sent 4. So we were able, with including James, we were able to kind of lay down, all right, these are what breakout sessions interest you. Okay, and we kind of mapped out, I'll be at this one, you'll be at this one. But we still, I mean, there was a lot we still missed. Like, my key number that I looked at was if we could get 5 every year from WSU, even if that's just system-wide, we could get 5. You could almost hit every single breakout session and have someone in it. Right after New Year's. So that was fun to travel. Yeah, it's the first week of January every year, different locations typically. And I mean, I guess the networking was great, but it wasn't just that. It was just it was the after hours, not even the breakout sessions where you would sit at a table with I sat with master's students from Boston College, UNLV's chapter president, but it was like after hours when it was social time. In the hotel bar, restaurant kind of lobby was just nonstop conversations for entirely too long some nights. But I mean, it was just that atmosphere. It was like people passionate about trying to make things better for other people. And it was just, it was empowering to see. And you do bring a lot of stuff back. You don't realize it at first. You're like, huh. And then all of a sudden you put it into Notion. You're like, oh, that was something I pulled from this conference. So like I said, I mean, I highly recommend if you can get somebody from your campus there every year. That's that's true.
Studying those kinds of things. Wow, how about this?
Speaker.
I thought that was a toy. Look
It was a toy.
Okay, so sorry. At any rate, we're working on making our Veterans Memorial a little more like a Veterans Memorial. We're doing things like that, and we've been looking at other kinds of services that we could give to veterans. We formed a group of former student veterans to ask them what they'd like to see for services, and we have a pretty good list, and we'll be moving on some, but I'm just wondering, as student veterans yourself, what do you think would be helpful through your college experience to assist you in moving forward?
Yeah,
Be honest.
I'm going to let Chris answer some of that, but I mean, I think part of what Jared was saying is having peers that are veterans to meet and greet and to have someone support. I mean, that to me is a huge part, and I'm sure Claudia and Chris can speak more to their experience at WSU, but I think that that's important, is to have that place that you can go and meet other veterans. I got to visit Vancouver and their Veterans Center, and within a few minutes of visiting, there were probably 6 vets in there, and I just had this great conversation. I ended up being there for 45 minutes, and I thought it was going to be a 2-minute visit, and just because we had that connection right away of being veterans.
Yeah, definitely. As far as having a space, I mean, paramount. I can't tell you how many classes I've missed just because we're in there. I mean, some of the conversations are. Full disclosure, full disclosure, I've missed a handful of classes, but it's you get into this community, this conversations, this camaraderie that is kind of missed, that all of a sudden the time starts flying. And sometimes it's just something somebody needs, if they're having a terrible week and then all of a sudden they come in and they're leaving laughing, cracking some of the most inappropriate jokes in the world. Oh yeah. But that, I think having that space is paramount. But I think another thing that would make everybody that much more successful and less stressed would just be, I mean, I know it's sometimes an impossible mission because you're dealing with the VA, but the timeliness of getting their paperwork processed is paramount. I mean, from my personal experience, and I've heard it from many others, my first semester, my paperwork got messed up with the VA. I didn't get paid by the VA until week 13 of the first semester. So because of that, my financial aid and my 2 grants were held. I took a personal loan out to cover all my rent until it was finally reimbursed. It was just a nightmare. And that was like my biggest push, that I never wanted anybody to feel that, to where it was like, I don't know if I'm going to pay rent. I don't know necessarily if I'm going to be able to. I mean, I always had dog food for my dog, but it was like, I don't know if I'm going to eat. So that stress alone was like, what am I doing? I left a job where I was making fantastic money to go back to school. What am I doing? There was those times where you're like, I'm done. I'm going to quit. I'm going back to work. So, I mean, if you can take that stressor away, I think they don't have that stress. They can focus on the school. And I feel like in the long run, it'll be a more positive experience for them.
I'm gonna keep it away. Okay. As far as like what I feel can be better, or what I feel would help, to kind of build on what Chris and Jason did say, a mentor. I am younger than most, especially like being a veteran. I'm very young. But first coming to Pullman and also with the conference, just going and talking to people once all the breakout sessions were done, because you never really know who you're talking to. It's like, hey, I know you're another veteran, but who are you really? Like at the end of the day, having that mentorship was a really big one. So knowing that at any moment during the day, I would be able to go into the office or like the veterans office on campus and say, hey, I have this question or I'm going through this, and knowing that they understand and they also have those similar struggles. It let me know that I wasn't alone in the situation, especially being on campus and coming from so far away. Kind of, I'm from New Orleans, so I'm very far from home. Also, it's like, especially to build on what Chris said, when I first got to campus, no one mentioned the VA. Like, I promise you. When I first got to campus, I'm like, hey, I have these questions. Do you guys know where the VA office is? And they're like, no, sorry, I only work in like the queue. It's just like, okay, I guess. Like, how do I find this place? I wish that someone was there to help clarify it all. So I do feel like that needs to be something, to help people transition better, is making sure someone's there to be like, all right, you just said put on campus. Let me give you a rundown. Here's how we do things, right? Especially when it comes to finances. I mean, you can't rush the VA. They take forever to do everything. That's just honestly. But just knowing like this is how everything works, because first semester I had to take out a loan because I didn't know exactly how payments work or what the school was gonna take out and everything. And then I didn't have someone there to say, this is how it all works. I didn't have that person. So I'm just like, okay, let me take out a loan to cover this in the meantime, So I feel like if someone would have been there, it would have been a lot better. It would have helped me transition, especially just being fresh out the surface and coming into college. I thought it was going to be easy, and I was like, quickly rethinking this process. So those are two things: mentorship and having staff. There are more staff. We do have, we're a little understaffed on the Pullman campus, but just making sure that someone was be the gist of it.
We have another question back here.
Hi, good morning. Nice to see you again, Chris. Nice to
Hi.
meet you, Claudia and Jason. I'm Jill Creighton. I use she, hers pronouns, and I serve as one of the Associate Vice Presidents in the Division of Student Affairs and the Dean of Students on the Pullman campus. And so I'm wondering, I'm so appreciating hearing your stories today. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you see as kind of the primary barrier to your success at the institution. So I'm hearing a lot of great ideas for new resources and also for ways that we could help communicate better and things like that. But I'm wondering kind of what's that thing that nags at you or keeps you up at night?
How Pullman campus has a very nice sense of community, knowing that someone would be there to help if I needed it. But at the same time, I do feel like unity is a huge thing. Personally on campus, getting people to want to work with our office or like work with the veterans groups that we do have on campus, fundraising groups, the committee, trying to get other people to work with us is so difficult. Like it bothers me so much because they're just like, oh no, and I'm like, we don't want to work with you. And it's like, why? I feel like people have this broad idea that a veteran is just, they think we're like ruthless. I don't know why, like what it is about veterans that scares everyone. But just trying to get everyone on campus to work together to better the environment, especially for people who are just coming in, like from high school themselves, like, who are visiting campus and they're trying to find a facility. Like, that's another thing, facilities, but for people who get lost, because personally our office isn't in the best spot. So it's very hard for students to kind of find, especially when it's their first time on campus. So on top of trying to work with other organizations on campus, I do feel like facilities could be a lot better. If that answers, hopefully that gives you some.
As far as student success, I think obviously it starts with orientation. That first time they step foot on campus, in my experience, and in a lot of that we've spoken with people that went through our live session or other live sessions that are, we'll call them the non-traditional student group, despise the rah welcome to WSU live session. They want to go where the vet center. They want to know where the vet center is, so they can get the information how to get their benefits going. I think if we tailored something for even non-traditional students, period, something to where, and we have the transfer sessions, but I think there's so much information and there's so many questions that we get on the daily basis that could be covered in an orientation session, tailored to dependent, veteran, anybody coming in using benefits. And I think your success rate would go up as far as that. And then necessarily, we offer a transition seminar. I encourage people to take it. I took it. It's great. I genuinely think it's there for the right reasons. As your first semester, you should take it. So those are kind of the key things that keep me up, where I'm like, this can be better.
For me, it's kind of hard to answer the question because I'm out of benefits. I'm paying out of pocket. So, and I want to invite Claudia to come to Spokane so she can spearhead a lot of my programs.
So, all right.
Of course, we'll be hearing more from these folks as well. I'm going to bring James Dalton up to talk about kind of where we are, but also some promising practices. And I just in terms of what was said just now, at my former institution, I went through a process that we're sort of going through here, which was we had a very cobbled together veteran services program. And the idea of creating unity and solidarity became incredibly important. And I felt that to be something very much needed. So I reported directly to the president in that job. So we had great conversations. I was very fortunate. I said, we really need to shift our focus to our student vets and figure out how we could bring all these services together. And one of the first things we did was start a student vet orientation and military affiliated students orientation. And we were amazed at how many people wanted to experience that and what a difference it made. So I'm just going to plant that seed for later this afternoon and invite James here.
How y'all doing? All right, so my name is James Dalton. I'm a student on the Pullman campus. I'm one of those weird people that stayed with political science. So hire me. No. So I'm the first person doing a real presentation, so this is going to get interesting because they explained how to use this and I didn't know. Okay, so the first thing we're going to go into is sort of kind of what we can do through higher education kind of nationally. Jared touched on so many great points, but when we were trying to figure out how to frame what we're talking about today, we wanted to try to come up with some sort of metrics that we can actually talk about. So I went and found something that WSU actually signed on to, saying they were going to do, called the 8 Keys to Success from the Department of Education. And it's essentially a breakdown about different policies and things you can do to make sure veterans succeed on your campuses. So as I'm breaking this thing. Okay, so there's 8 of them. I'm not going to go through each individual one, I think we said we'd have them on the tables, but there's 3 that I really want to touch on, and I know we're kind of running over on time. So the first is creating a culture of trust and connectedness. That goes into everything, whether it's from orientations, programs like that, basically making sure that the students themselves feel like they're part of the campus community. The second is coordinating and centralizing campus efforts, ensuring sustained support through the campus leadership. And then I want to touch on the utilizing a uniform set of data tools to collect information about the student population. So is everything is done at the campus specific level. And it's primarily through our veterans coordinators who also double as our school certifying officials. They're the ones that are doing all the processing for all these education benefits we're talking about. They work with our students individually. For the most part, when we're talking about programming, that tends to be done by our students. Universities programming set up for this particular population. When I was trying to come up with examples of what this could look like, I found a few different universities that do some really cool things. The first is Eastern Washington University. They have this thing called the Got Your Six Veteran Success Network. Essentially what that is military cultural competency. So it's stuff that faculty members can go to, staff members, students, whatever, and they go through kind of, this is what a veteran looks like, which is, again, really hard to say. But this is some of the stuff that they do when they're in service. This is what it looks like when they can come back. These are some tools you can use to assist them when they're back. Whether it be, this is who processes your benefits so they can direct them places. These are the resources on your campus, everything like that. It's essentially a training for somebody to go through. That way, if they do run across a veteran or a military student, they have some sort of resources and a uniform set of policies to guide them toward whatever services they need. The way Eastern does it is they get a little certificate and a decal, and they put it in your office or anything like that, so students can see that, and then they immediately know that's somebody that they can go talk to about these issues. I think it's a super interesting program. Dave Millay at Eastern is the one who does it, and it's phenomenal. The other one that I found was Colorado State University with their First Start program. That essentially is everything from orientation. It's kind of a mixture of Got Your Six. It's kind of a mixture of the transition seminar that we started at WSU. It's essentially all of it together. And it deals with when students first get onto campus, assimilating them into higher education. Okay. So the second key was support from leadership. Again, we have this, but it's on the campus level. There's not a lot of system-wide coordination. The first thing that we tried over the past couple of years was to set up an advisory board. And this advisory board was people from, the idea is people from all campuses, leaders within specific units like health and services, things like that, that will essentially be working with these populations to try to come up with creative solutions to these issues that we're seeing. We started out with massive support. It got started after a couple of years of pushing to get it going, and it kind of fizzled off. It actually hasn't met since October. So it would be really nice if we could keep that going. And I would like to point out that the Carson College of Business is doing a lot with this sort of stuff. They hired Matt Beer as the Military and Veterans Affairs Manager, I think. title, but they're doing everything from video sessions. He calls our office like every day asking about some student's benefit somewhere. They're really on the cutting edge of all this stuff. Some of the examples I found were pretty much Syracuse University sets a standard on all this. They have multiple offices geared toward strategic planning. They're actually auditing my job through the WDDA. Really, it's just setting up from the top down policies for it. It's even in their strategic plan about working with veterans and military students. Okay, and so arguably probably the most important part we're at now is data collection. We really don't have a uniform set of data collection for our students. So we don't actually really know where our population's at. I don't even think there's a metric for graduation rates. It's kind of sporadic. We do have student codes that we put on students' accounts to say they're a veteran, they're active duty, they're using benefits, they're National Guard. We have a variety of student codes we put on these people's accounts, and that's really the only way to track them. But we've been noticing that there's some accuracy issues with that. So I'm going to show you all some data in my next presentation, but I just want to preface that it may not be 100% accurate, but it's the only thing I could get, because we don't actually have data collection efforts for this. So when we're talking about this population, we really don't even know where they're at. Okay, so this is some of the information that I was talking about. This is the flyer for the most recent Got Your Six training at Eastern. They do this from when I talked with Dave. They do it about once a semester, where they invite people from all over. I know people from other universities went. So I know Gonzaga went to it. I know Whitworth went to it. I think Penny went to it from WSU. It's a phenomenal training, and I definitely would say we should do something like this. If not, just copy it. Okay, so this is a flyer from Syracuse University, and this actually isn't a Syracuse program. It's a Veterans Affairs program, but it's on different campuses. It's called Vet Success. And essentially, it amounts to a VA counselor on the campus helping people start all their things, go through assimilation, talking to people, getting benefits, all that sort of stuff. It essentially adds another layer of support for their students. This is from Colorado State University. They have this program called Salute. It's a veteran honor society. I know WSU Pullman actually participates in it, and I think by extension all the campuses we support, so Spokane, Everett, Global. But this is where we start recognizing that our veterans are graduating. They're doing really well. They're actually graduating with honors in a lot of cases. And then this is a picture from UW-Tacoma's Vibe. And Vibe is essentially a entrepreneurship incubator. So it's business oriented, and from talking to their students, they love this thing. They do everything from brown bag lunches over the week to create your program to business competitions, and it creates a culture of success beyond campus. When I was looking for programs in the region where it's students doing things, this I found very interesting, but it's not a student program. They actually have somebody on the staff that does this program. All right, and then there's PAVE. I love PAVE. PAVE is great. PAVE is essentially peer mentorship. It's run out of the University of Michigan, and essentially what they do is they train other students how to be a good peer mentor, whether it be talking about classes, talking about benefits, where to live, where not to live, what things are on your campus, how you're doing in classes, all that sort of stuff. Okay, so does anybody have any questions about any of those programs I mentioned, anything like that? I know I went through really fast. I'm trying to catch us back up on time. Yes. The way we do salute is we'll recognize the graduates at our spring dinner, which is something I'm going to talk about in our Pullman presentation. But we go based off the fall semester's GPA because the spring semesters doesn't really post in enough time to do it during the honors dinner. But I don't want to tell you the wrong GPA, but I think it's 3.2, 3.0 and up. The way they do it is sort of like a military-esque structure. So they have companies, right? So there's D, C, B, and A. A is like the top achievers. They're the really hard to get. I was pretty smart and I only got into B. But essentially, that's how it works. The way we do it is we also pay for the lifetime membership for the students to be a part of it. So it actually doesn't cost anything for the students to do it. But I believe it's a $25 or a $35 fee for their lifetime membership as part of this organization. When they get accepted to it, they get a challenge point with that logo that I showed and a certificate saying what company they're in, the date they got it, their name, all that sort of stuff. And we give it out at our dinner. Any other questions? Sure, what's up? Robin.
Facing issues. Thank you. So how do we go about implementing that? I mean, veterans are notoriously bad about asking for help. As a veteran myself, I know, we have a motto, suffer in silence. And unfortunately, a lot of veterans do that. So how do we implement an early detection system so that we can locate those veterans who maybe need help but aren't asking for it?
Sure. So what I would suggest first is identify them when they get into the university saying this is who veterans are, right? So that you identify your population to begin with. And then from there, you start knowing where they're at. And then the step beyond that is accessibility. So there's so many great resources at WSU for students, whether it be food insecurity, housing, grants, all those sort of things. But people don't know about it. So once you identify your population and you know who they are, then you can start showing them all these programs we already have. I don't necessarily think we need to create new programs. We just need to market the programs we already have. And especially with a population that tends to distance themselves from the student population, it might be a little bit difficult to get that information to them. So that would look different on every campus, right? Pullman, we tend to do a lot of stuff by email, but people don't like to check their emails. So the thing I've been pushing is to start advertising in our Cubs TV screens because everybody's in the Cub all the time. Things like that. I don't necessarily think we need to reinvent the wheel when it comes to how to implement those programs. We just need to market the programs we already have. Any other questions about that material? Sweet. Okay, so as again, this is me, James. Hi. So, and apparently I don't know how to work technology. All right, so like I mentioned before, I wanted to give you all a breakdown of kind of what our current landscape of services look like based from a system-wide level. And again, there really is no system-wide services, right? It's all campus-based. So the way it works right now is Pullman services the Pullman campus, Spokane, Everett, Global, and Bremerton. And then any of the special research extensions. We have roughly, when you add in dependents and any sort of military affiliated student using benefits, we're at about 950 students that this office in particular is servicing, just for benefits. We have a veteran center on the Pullman campus. It's located in the Holland Library in the back by all the microfilm and all those things. We have a vet corps navigator position. That's me. And then Matt Beers on the Pullman campus through the Carson College of Business. On the Vancouver campus, we have Michaela. She's a certifying official for them. Based off the population numbers I could find, it's about 275 students. And they also have a center. Tri-Cities is a little bit smaller and a little bit different structure. So they have Janet Kay, who's back there. She has about 83 students, but she works for veterans part-time. She has other FTE doing other stuff. And they have a center, and they also have a VetCorps navigator. And with the VetCorps navigator, at least the way it looks on Pullman's campus, is I kind of do services and face-to-face interaction with students, whether it be getting them in touch with resources they need, like we were talking about earlier. I advise our student group. I'm basically in the office to provide help wherever it needs, but I don't do benefits. I just do all the other stuff. All right. Now we get into the data that I could find. This is the population breakdown about where our veterans and active duty students are by college. So I thought about doing it by campus, but since we're trying to do a system-wide focus, I thought it'd be better to break them down by what colleges. Essentially, the biggest population density for these students is the Carson College of Business, which fits roughly into what Jared was saying earlier with the degree program. And then we go into arts and sciences, which is the massive broad of everything, including political science. But, and then it goes down from there. Our lowest levels tend to be the health related, and that's mostly because it's just a small population. And then when we break down the degrees they're pursuing, it's roughly the same way it was looking at the national level. The only outlier I could really find is criminal justice is the highest in Pullman's campus. But for the most part, it's business, health-related, STEM fields. And this is kind of where they're at by the campuses. Really the only complete breakdown looks like it's on the Spokane campus. So roughly the majority of them tend to be undergraduates. For the most part, when we're looking at graduate students, they tend to be MBA students. I think there's, like for my specific program, I think I know 3 vets and only one of them is using benefits. But for the most part, when we're looking at undergraduate students, they tend to be the STEM fields, the BA for business. But when we start going into graduate, as you can see on the online one, it's massively blue, which is the Carson College. They tend to be the MBA and EMBA students. All right. And then when we look at male-female breakdown, we're pretty good on that, I would think. We're at about 20%, 21% female vets and active duty on our campuses. This is system-wide. And that's the quick breakdown of kind of where we're at system-wide. Anybody have any questions about the data? I'll try to make sure that gets put out to everybody because I don't think we have it on the tables. And it might be kind of hard to read. Sweet. Thank you.
I also wonder, and this is not a question that will be answered today, but I'm curious about participation in the Carson School, that the fact there's a dedicated person, how much does that create that experience of, yes, we are people and these are our unique needs. Anyway, some food for thought. So we'll now go into the state of Veterans Affairs across our system, and we'll be bringing up the folks who James just mentioned. Each of them are our certifying officials. They do double, triple, quadruple duty. You'll be hearing that throughout the day. It's important to acknowledge. So please come on up, those of you who are ready for your part. We have Jana Kay from the Tri-Cities. We have Michaela from Vancouver, and Penny Martinez. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, all right. It says system-wide staff.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, here we are.
Sorry. This is the Tri-Cities team. Yeah. I'll let them introduce themselves before they jump in.
I'm Jana K. Lundstad. I'm the Director of Enrollment and Campus Registrar, and also I'm the certifying official for Tri-Cities.
I'm Aaron Brumbaugh. I'm actually the Director of IT, but I'm also the Veteran Center Advisor.
I'm Kelly Reynolds. I'm a clinical psychologist from the VA, and I work in the VITAL program, and I'll go into what that is in a moment.
And I'm Sandra Haynes. I'm the Chancellor here.
So we wanted to share some of the information about some of the programs that we do. I would say one of the common threads among our programming is that it is not sustainable by staff. We rely on students to do a good portion of the heavy lifting on some of the things that we have for veterans on campus. And the exception is probably the VITAL program, but one of the reasons we're able to do it is it's grant funded. So we thought we'd let Kelly talk about what that program is.
So awesome speech. That was so inspiring. That was wonderful. So basically my role as a VITAL coordinator is just to kind of break down the acronym because government loves acronyms, is Veterans Integration to Academic Leadership. In our program, our director of the program is actually a veteran and he just got back from deployment. There was an interim kind of director for the VITAL program before. So he's very kind of aware of what veterans' needs are and really advocating for veterans. And so this is a wonderful program that I'm very happy to be a part of. Basically what I do is I provide psychological services for student veterans on campus 1 day a week here at WSU. Thursday is my day. I'm here from 8 to 4:30. And I do a host of kind of psychological services, including therapy, stress management, trying to deal with the stress of classes, so kind of the psychological aspect. But I also provide services where if student veterans want to get connected with the VA to see what they're eligible for, there's actually quite a few changes with the Mission Act that kind of broadens eligibility for a lot of student veterans. And so it's kind of my role to connect them with VA services because it can be cumbersome. It can be really stressful to try to figure out how do I navigate this very crazy system. And I can kind of serve as a liaison to get folks connected. But I also provide presentations to faculty to be able to better serve veterans, to understand the veteran population, to provide information on military kind of or military cultural competence. Education on PTSD, depression, anger management, all kinds of things like that, just trying to help with educating. How do we work best with the student veteran population? And actually today I do have folks that I'm seeing, so I won't be here in the afternoon, unfortunately, but I have a table over there that has a lot of information about the services at the VA that the VA provides. And my business cards are actually in the very front, so please do take a business card if you have any questions. I'd be so happy to share and kind of connect resource-wise. I've heard a lot of good information today that I would like to get folks business cards and such. So.
Thank you, Kelly. I would say one of the things that we really appreciate about Kelly is we do have mental health counseling on campus, but it makes all the difference to be able to let our veteran students know, our student veterans know that she's available just for them and can also connect them to the non-educational benefits. She's also a nice bridge to us to Columbia Basin College. So we have colleagues from Columbia Basin College who are here today, and she's there. Kelly is at CBC every Wednesday. And so I think it's built a stronger partnership with Melinda and Aaron, because we can talk about what we're doing on each of the campuses. So I wanted to talk about the Peace Paper Project. This is a program that we do on our campus. We've done it 2 years, and our 3rd year is coming up. That'll be in October, end of September, beginning of October. I know President Schultz, you pulled some paper when you were in Vancouver a couple years ago. So the Peace Paper Project is an art therapy program, and it's run by, it's a nonprofit. They're based in Hamburg, Germany. It started as the Combat Paper Project out of Vermont, I believe, and now that program's been taken over by the Wounded Warrior Project. But what this is an organization that does workshops, and they have specific workshops for veteran students where they're cutting up their military uniforms and making paper out of it. And so it's an opportunity to take something that represents their experience in the military and transform it into something new. This picture right here is Zach Hayes. He's one of our Navy veterans. He cut up his deck uniform and made it into paper.
So real quick, for all the veterans out there that I kind of saw cringe when she mentioned that you cut up your uniforms, I took my dress blues from boot camp, and I sat at home the night before I was going to be here making the paper, and it took me about 25 to 30 minutes before I could make that first cut. I can't fit into them at all. I have another set that I can fit into, but it took about almost 30 minutes to make that first cut, and it's amazing the therapy when I did it.
And Aaron would be happy to show you his paper. It's actually really beautiful. So this is the Hollinger beater. We set up actually right outside in this room, and we set up here. We're hoping to partner with CBC this next year to do some workshops with their veteran students also. This is Zach and Ben who were pulling their paper. Robin Covis. Frog? Okay. I don't entirely know what that uniform is, but
he was a sniper.
Okay. So Robin cut up that and pulled paper out of it. When we bring Peace Paper Project back this next year, we want to bring them here for a couple of weeks so our veteran students can provide photographs of anything they want, and they'll make stencils out of it. So, oh, it won't, sorry, there's something with the animation there. So they can print their own photos on the paper. And then we're going to be partnering with local artists to come and do workshops with students, because now they're making paper, but it's not quite clear what to do with that paper. And so we'll be bringing artists on campus, and we hope to have an exhibit of our student work in our art gallery. So we'll be keeping all the campuses informed about that. And I've been talking to Jamie about possibly bringing Peace Paper up to Pullman to do some workshops with the veterans there. It's an amazing experience. So this is one of the pieces with, I think, Robin, this actually was made out of your uniform this last year with one of the photos that they brought with them. Aaron gets the really fun one.
So this upcoming, actually April 4th, we'll have a brew day. Will be our 3rd annual brew with Bombing Range Brewing Company. What that is a partnership. Mike and Daisha Hop, perfect name for brewery, right? Where they asked the veterans to come out and help brew the beer. They then have a release party celebration, and they make a donation to the campus to help support the Veterans Center. Actually, you won't quite recognize him, but the gentleman sitting down has much longer hair now, and his beard's a little longer too. He participated in that. It's a great day. You go out there, and it's from about 8 o'clock in the morning till roughly 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and veterans come in and out throughout the day. You don't have to stay there the whole day. They do exactly what they're told to do as far as when and how much for each step of the process, but they have hands-on making the beer. This right here is Bernie. She is one of our veteran students. She graduates this year. This is her project. She's working on handing it off for next year because she graduates with her bachelor's this year. And of course, you have to sample it while you're going. These 3 students here, Zach on the right, Tim in the middle, and Bernie on the left, they made 50-gallon ammo can boxes that the Bombing Range Brewery now uses as tip jars. Tim made those for us. Bombing Range goes and puts on a feed. It's like $5 or $10 per person, charged at the door. That's all you can eat. It's a big turnout. This last year we made paddles because he used paddles to mix the mash and brew. That's Mike and Dacia on the right, the owners. This last year we had a special invite to a very special person and he showed up. So that was General Mattis. He put out a call and he happened to be in town. He has a standing invite to all police parties from now on. And he stayed there for about an hour talking to the veterans and everyone else there. And it really brought the veteran community together. This is a picture of all the veterans that from campus that participated in the event.
And Aaron actually, he made some paper with Peace Paper Project from his dress blues, but also we used spent grain from Bombing Range. So we're taking some of that project and incorporating it into the paper project.
Right. Each year we had a different shirt, and a few of you that went to Bombing Range with us last night saw the one shirt I had on last night. I wanted to wear it today, but I decided not to. The very first logo, you'll see the GIPA down there. The naming of the beer came from Janet Kay, actually.
I'm very proud.
Right. And what's really neat is right below GIPA is Morse code. I get choked up on this part. Yeah, I'm a big tough Marine, whatever. It says thank you. I can't tell. No, sorry. It says thank you. And when first person walked into the vet center and one of the veteran students saw that and read it, the room was silent. Yeah, I've been out long enough. Been out for 30 years. So. Anyway, sorry.
Speaking of the Veteran Center, Chancellor Haynes will share some information about our refurbishing of that.
So we have, as I mentioned earlier, this has been a priority for me since I got here because the Veteran Center is a very important space, as was mentioned by our students. It's a very important space for our students to come and gather. And when I came here, I thought, oh, this needs a little Botox, perhaps a facelift, because it, the couch and the furniture sort of looked like it came out of I'll be generous, 80, and perhaps the 70s, and it wasn't, it was a nice space for people to come out and hang in. I'm not trying to discount that, but we wanted it to be worthy of our student veterans. And so this year we raised funds to be able to buy a new couch, new chair, new tables, and so it's much more of a welcoming space. The tables are movable, students can move them around and fit them anywhere in any configuration that they want to, put it into a big conference. It is staffed by students, see one over there, on a regular basis. But it really is a place for students to come and hang out, and hopefully our student veterans to come and hang out and enjoy the camaraderie, study together, work together, and actually you were there sometimes as well. And hopefully it's a much more welcoming and inviting and usable space for our student veterans. This is our first step in sort of recreating our student veteran experience on campus. There will be much more to come. One of the other things that we did with the Veteran Center is we now have tutoring, chemistry tutoring in particular, and we have the writing center actually in the Veteran Center at specific times. So the student veterans do not have to walk across campus to find that tutoring. They can find it in the place where they feel most comfortable. One of the other things we did, I mentioned that we were doing a little bit of fundraising around upgrading and updating the Veteran Center. We are also working with people who have designated scholarships for veterans. And while there are some student veterans, gosh, I'm going to trip on that, student veterans who need to have scholarships. Many of them already have full funding, but what they do need is that gap funding or that bridge funding. And so we're working with donors to say, could we change your scholarship to be a bridge loan, or not even a loan, bridge funding for students? The other thing that we're working on is we're working with our local companies. Many of them in this area are very veteran friendly. And we're working, this is a new project for us, we're working with them to see if they would be willing to create jobs/internships for our student veterans so that they can actually work in their majors, not in their majors. They can work in their majors with companies who are very close to us. I'm pointing at the Hanford contractors over there, who are very close to us. They can start working in their majors and gain the experience that they need while also getting the support that they need, the financial support that they need in college. I also, now I have to look at Aaron again. One of the other things that we're doing in our vet center, it's not quite up yet, one of the things that the students mentioned was having mentors on campus. We will be putting up pictures of all of our faculty and staff who are veterans so that they are easily identified by our students. And so students will know once they enter into the Veteran Center, they can see pictures and names and more information about our faculty and staff who are veterans, and then have an automatic connection there with our staff and faculty. And I have to put in one more plug for the Mattis Leadership Library. We are still a work in progress, but if you've read Call Sign Chaos, and if you haven't, I recommend it highly. One of the things he said in that book almost immediately was read, read, read. If you're going to be a leader, you need to read, read, read. And so we capitalized on that. I happened to see him at an event, and we capitalized on that quote and said, could we make this library in your honor? And so we're in the process of putting the books that he recommended into that library so that our veterans have access to those books to read, 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 which I thought was just fabulous advice. And of course, it will be dedicated to him. We'll have a dedication to him in September. He'll be on campus for that dedication, and invite you all back.
One last thing I just want to say, I know we're running long on our part, sorry. You mentioned specific veteran orientation, I think Chris did. Our student affairs noticed that 2 years ago. Well, noticed it, but actually created a kind of separate, we do a veterans orientation in the Veteran Center before orientation. Veterans do not have to attend the regular veterans orientation, they attend the transfer student orientation. So they don't have to do all the kumbaya stuff, which was very successful. And the veterans that didn't have that the first time were like, wait, what? But it's been successful, and we're going to continue doing that and growing that program.
And we'll have plenty of time to talk later, so I think we'll just turn it over to the next campus that's coming up. And I think, is that Spokane? Okay, thank you.
And the reason you see this around is because everyone that's online with Zoom or on YouTube can only hear what the microphones pick up. So if we do questions, I'll be throwing this at you. We can actually throw this.
Good catch, Jenica. Good catch.
Good catch.
So in Spokane, what we do have for our veterans is our diversity center. So Dion, and he'll introduce himself here in a second, I partnered with him to have a space for our veterans because we don't have a dedicated space at the moment. So our veteran students can go to our diversity center, and that's where we have a lot of our events. So it works well for us for right now. And I'm very grateful that Dion has opened his space to our veterans and said, hey, this is where we can go. So with that, I'll let Dion.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dion Cromartie. I am the Assistant Director for Student Diversity and International Student Life. So we really, in this presentation, we're going to talk about we're going to go through the beginning, what we're doing now, and then what we plan in the future working together in our partnership. So as we know, when I first started here 4 years ago, back in 2016, one of the things I noticed when we were creating our diversity center, and that's the perfect time, is like we're seeing like what our gaps are and things are at. So one of the things we had a gap where our diversity center was being created. We didn't have those groups on, but then I also noticed that we didn't really have any veteran programming. So one of the things that we kind of did, and in forming diversity, we created our pre-veteran programming that we were trying to work on. And basically at that time, it was more honoring our veterans, but then also trying to bring the groups together. Kind of the inclusiveness is that we had groups everywhere, and the intersectionality, all that stuff is that how do we bring all these groups together so we can amplify their voices, and then we can have programs that are created. So that's kind of what we did in diversity. And we started with just 2 basic programs: our veteran breakfast, where all our staff and faculty went, and even some of our Eastern students, because we have a campus with Eastern. And that was one of our veteran breakfast is one of our largest programs that we have, and our one of our popular ones between faculty, staff, and students, and they love it. And that was one of the things that helped us. With that, when Jason came on board, we kind of came together and we wanted Jason was like, hey, how can we help create a student veteran program? And one of the things that we talked about, Jason's like, I don't have money. And I was like, well, I have money, but we'll try. And I said, hey, what can I do? Can I create a position that can help us build this program? And that's what we kind of did. We created our first student veteran coordinator, student coordinator position. It's a student position, in which this person is helping us doing our research and helping us create programs. And out of that, and we also, our veteran programming, we also fund that. So we are SNA funded, but we also, out of my budget of SNA fund, I dedicated a good, it's like $2,000 towards this to help do our programming. And out of that, we had our veteran meet and greet, which part of our goals was to bring students together, hear their voices. What are we doing well? What are we not doing so well? And how we can better help? And then also with the creation of our Veteran Week, which kicks off. We had a kickoff and it ended with our veteran breakfast. So doing a full out thing where we can get students together. And some of the things we looked at other universities like University of Michigan. We looked at some of the things we're doing in the system, and we had a full week of different programs. And also we were working on our veteran mural, where all our students would give, all our veterans and veteran staff would give their photos, and we can make a giant crew head out of that. So, and we're still working on that because only one person gave it, so we were still working on that and getting on that. But that was one of the things that we were trying to do. So, and then right now, as we're developing, as we're moving towards what we're doing now, me and Jason meet weekly or a lot, and we try to use, and especially going to this veteran symposium and the meeting leading up to this, we kind of looked at just like, hey, Dion, I reached out to, it's Jason, right? Jason, and he talked about the 8 keys of veteran success. James, sorry. Okay. James, thank you, right in front of me. And he was like, can we use this to dedicate and build our student veteran program? So we use that, and then we also use some of our models that got our work is advocacy, community building, education training, and then mentorship and outreach. So as our guiding pillars, and that's one of the pillars that we also have in our diversity center, is that when we have our center, we have a space, but we're also doing the development and then also the building our leaders with our student veterans. And then also with this, we also looked at our partnerships. So we had GU Veteran Center. We also EW Veteran Resource Center, which is down the street from us, and then the system-wide. So with that, our student coordinator is going around asking questions and a dedicated questions like, okay, what do you do? What are your programming models? What do your student veterans want and need? And also they talked about the I Got Your Six program in EWU and looking at that. So how do we do that in our partnership and then also grow? And then from that, some of our future goals is that one is donors, grants, and other funding, as we know. And then also with staffing, I think that's very important, is that hiring a veteran coordinator, someone that can do the paperwork, but then also help with the programming. We also looked at the vet corps
navigator, but we'll see. I don't know. We don't have a big student population in Spokane for veterans, so it'd be harder to get a vet corps navigator. But we do have a VA work study now, which is amazing. The first time we've had one, so it's great that Penny was able to help us get that, which helps our veterans.
And then with that, more student positions. So with that, I think next year, as we talked, is that we sponsor one position, and then also with Penny helping, letting us know the process of that, with the vet student affairs, and working with that, we have more positions that we can have for our veteran students, but then also we can program and getting the group organized and together, and we can help out. And then also working towards a center/space. So I think one of our big goals is trying to find a dedicated space for our students that they can feel that I've heard throughout this whole session is that they can take off their hats, their masks, that they can be themselves, and then also connect and network and also program some of the things that we also have in our diversity that we try to do for our underrepresented populations and stuff like that. And then some of the support, additional support. So as you know, at WSU Health Sciences, we're Spokane, but we also have Yakima. And then with that, and that's why up top of it, WSU Health Sciences is that include our Yakima population, our students that are there, and giving additional support to them, and also doing dedicated program down there, and then looking for different scholarships. And then one of the goals for our student coordinator is to help us build a veteran RSL, or student club. And then with that also is getting together affinity group, because we do have a large, a good number of faculty and staff on our campus that are veterans, and getting them together so we can amplify their voice. And I think that's all we have. So next, I think it's global.
Hi, so my name's Jeff Willitson. I'm actually a communications and public relations coordinator for Global Campus, but the reason I'm here is I actually earned my master's in strategic communication through Global Campus when I was active duty in the Navy. So ever since I've been on staff at Global Campus, I've been trying to help forward our student veterans and do through marketing and through different things, and work with Matt Beer, who also does Global Campus through Carson College. So I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of the unique aspects of Global Campus when it comes to veterans and military affiliated, because we have a lot of active duty at Global Campus. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing right now to try to help forward our programs for student veterans, and then also or looking to the future. So let's see. So some unique aspects of Global Campus is that since the flexibility, people can work wherever they are in the world on their own time schedules. It's really conducive for active duty and for veterans, reservists. I'm also a reservist now after I've gotten out of active duty. So that can be, there's a lot of flexibility there. You could be mobilized, you could have to go do your 2 weeks. So it works for them as well. So it can be convenient for people who are active duty or veterans. So that's why we see a lot of military affiliated people coming to Global Campus. They can be, we know people who are all around the world. You can, if you are mobilized, if you have access to internet, you can keep learning, you can keep doing your courses. So that's unique for us at Global Campus. We have staff and advisors who try to work with our military affiliated students. We also have Pullman who does our benefits work. so that, to make sure that our student veterans get their benefits. We have a very large military population. This is a military affiliated number of things. So this is benefits I got from Pullman, 9%. A lot of that is the MBA. I think a big chunk, maybe more than 50%. But it's due to that flexibility and the ability to work around their lives. We also have, just in general, Global Campus, we have a lot of adult students. So our average age is 31. A lot of people with families and jobs. So that fits in, as you're talking about, adult students. That really fits for us. So we kind of put our focus on those people who have busy lives and need to work around those challenges. We have a really active online student government. So one thing that we try to do at Global Campus is, just in general with our veteran students and everybody, is to try to create a campus experience. So have student government people can get involved in. We have meetups where people can come if they're, we're having one in Seattle this weekend, where people can come together and try to have that community experience. So we're trying to work to do that with our veterans as well. We offer things like career counseling and support services, and try to create that campus experience for people all around the world. So when trying to think about the challenges that we face at Global Campus, one of the big ones is building that community, since there's people all around the world. We don't have a space, we don't have a place where people can come together physically. So we try to bring people together remotely, and I'll talk a little about some ways we're trying to do that currently. We also, just people, are doing working jobs and they have their families and they're, all different places. It's sometimes hard to kind of understand what people need. They may not be able to speak out as much. So we have to try to, one of our challenges too, is to try to reach out to people and to understand what they need and how we can help. And then in general, adult learners online, they have their own challenges and things that we want to be able to help them out with. So some things that we're doing coming up, since I've been here since 2018, and since then we've been trying to do some things to help out our student veterans. It's a big part of our population. One of the things that we've done is we just created a new website last year, at the end of last year, to address all these challenges. So we talk about benefits, we talk about people we can talk to. We refer them to the Veterans Center, put some other resources and things they can do in a centralized place. We also did, last year we did a couple live webinars, which is another thing that we do for engagement for our students. And we did 2, I helped lead them. Matt was in one of them, Matt Beer from Carson. And we had one for current students and one for prospective students to kind of let them know, for prospective students, we were talking about what their experience would be like, telling them how we care about them as veterans and what we'll do to help them. And then for current students, it's about success and making sure that we help them through those different transitions in their life, through if they have to mobilize, or if, especially for active duty. We also try to provide other services that they could get campuses, like we did a virtual career fair for veteran students recently. We're sending some advisor or with Matt Beer, actually we're going up to the Fairchild Air Force Base to do the educational fair coming up, I think, in April. And we're looking for more ways that we can reach out to our student veterans, and that's one reason that we're here, to try to learn what we can do in our specific circumstances for our audience, for active duty military veterans, all of our. So, yeah. And I wanted to thank everyone for their service, the veterans.
All right, let me see if I can do this two-handed thing here. I have a hard time sitting down and talking at the same time. So first of all, thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. I know getting all these people in one room at one time was no small feat. So I really do appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. My name is Matt Beer. I'm the Military and Veteran Affairs Manager for the Carson College of Business. Showed up to campus about 18 months ago, all excited, a lot of things running through my head about how we're going to serve student veterans. And I got a call, and it sort of crystallized everything the work that I was going to be trying to do. And the call came from this guy. This is Kevin Beasley. He's one of our MBA students. This is Camp Wright in Afghanistan, 2007. And if you ask Kevin about this picture, you better have 20 minutes because he's really proud of his service and thinks fondly on his time in the Army. But Kevin was medically discharged from the Army in 2014. And so he took his family back home to a small town called Abilene in Kansas. Might have been there. He quickly realized after he started working that if he was going to improve his future for himself, his family, and his community, he was going to need to go back to school. So that's how he wound up on our campus. And as I started talking with Kevin, one of the first things I do when students get admitted to our program is ask them a bunch of questions, right? And so I started going through this series of questions with Kevin, and I said, hey, it's great, you're working. Do you have any mentors in your career field, somebody you can turn to for advice? No, sir, I do not. Okay, well, what about a network? Do you have a network of peers, people in the same industry as you, people who are doing the same kind of work? No, sir, I do not. Okay, that's fine. Well, what about just the tactical stuff? How confident are you that your resume, that your LinkedIn profile, that your interview skills, all these things you're going to need to get to the next level are going to funnel into your vision? No, sir, not really. Okay, well, Kevin's not alone. We have about 192 military-affiliated students enrolled in our program at present. That's about 15% of our total enrollment, which is above the national average for MBA programs, which is about 9%. And they have a wide degree of experience levels, as you might expect. So we've got junior officers, that's the yellow up there, who are maybe got a few years work experience, they're out doing the mission, active duty. Then we've got maybe more senior folks, NCOs, officers. That's that green spike right there. And they're looking to advance their careers, and they need to come back and get a degree to do that. All the way up to people who've been out of the service for maybe, in some cases, 18 years before they decide to come back and finally get that advanced degree. But the biggest concentration we have is plus or minus 5 years of leaving active duty service. And that's that 40%, what we call in transition, right? In transition. And these students live and work all over the country, all over the world. A lot of them have ties to Washington State, whether they grew up here, they got a spouse who's a Coug, or they served here, they were stationed here, and they want to come back. We have a lot of that. But they live, they work, and they continue to serve our country all around the world. And so it's great for them. When we talk about spaces, spaces isn't necessarily a physical space. Sometimes it's a virtual space. Sometimes, I think somebody alluded to, I think it was Claudia, it's a face, right? So got a call last week from a gal from Waukegan, Michigan, I think. And she said, Matt, I'm not sure, but I think you're the guy that I need to talk to. And I said, well, I might not be the guy, but if I'm not, I can find the person who you do need to talk to. Sometimes that's all it takes for this group. So being online for this group of students that are working, doing the mission in many cases, and trying to get their degree is great, but it also poses some unique challenges. Over the past year and a half, I've interviewed about 140 of our students as they've been assessed into the program. And their goals are much like other students' goals, right? They want to improve their work life, they want to improve their family life, they want to improve their communities. But there are some real gaps or differences between these students and other students. 80% of the students interviewed say they don't have a mentor in their career field, which I think is pretty significant. And some of them weren't really sure what that meant. It's different when you're, say, a mentor in the service as opposed to a mentor out of the service. 50% said that they weren't real confident in those tactical skills that I mentioned before, like, you know, hey, I'm 42 and I've never had to write a resume, or I'm 30 and I've never had to do a real job interview, those kind of things. And then actually, there's still about 25% who, even though they're enrolled in the program, they're getting their MBA, they really don't have a plan for what they're going to do with that degree when they separate the service, and that's pretty significant. So these gaps are real, and they're things that we have to address. Somebody, I think it was James, when he put up those 8 keys to military excellence, one of those is collaboration, right? We're not going to do all this by ourselves. There's going to be other organizations, other groups that we have to lean on to do some of the heavy lifting. And there are a lot of organizations out there that do a lot of work for veterans in terms of this kind of stuff. Veterati, American Corporate Partners, the Commit Foundation, Hiring Our Heroes. These are all amazing resources that I really like to refer students who need this kind of stuff to when they come to me with these kind of issues. It's really important. In fact, just last week, had a student, Heather Bobson, she's a military spouse in Okinawa, Japan, who I connected with the CEO of a company that's starting to do online referral work for military spouses. That's pretty cool. It's pretty neat. But the thing to remember is that we have an opportunity to meet our students where they are. And that's, for us at the Carson College in the MBA program, it's in our online classrooms. So we have a chance to help them where they are. And I think our organization is pretty uniquely positioned to do that. And there's 3 reasons. One, Mr. Carson, you didn't know I was going to put your face up there, and you don't know this, but our students really do see your service, your example of coming back to school on the GI Bill and being successful as a great example and a great inspiration. So that's important to them. The second thing is just being in that online space. We've had some leadership who's been pretty bold and taken a step to move all of our curriculum online. We've been fairly successful in that space by finding that sweet spot between accessibility and academic rigor. And that's something that our students, these student veterans, it's really important to them. And the third part, and probably the one that I think is the most important, is that Carson College has made a significant investment in this effort. Following a generous donation by Tom and Lisa Thompson, the college decided to create a full-time position to manage these programs. And I think the combination of those 2 things really is the key to being able to provide sustainable effort over the course of time for these students going into the future. All right, so real quick, what is our program? This is kind of we do a lot of stuff, but I want to kind of boil it down into kind of what the most important thing is for these students. Every student that comes into our program, they start with assessment, a professional assessment, where they're asked questions about where they are in their track, their careers, things like that. They're going to use that as a roadmap as they go through their academic journey over the next 18 to 24 months. So they can pick and choose from the extracurricular activities that we have to offer and some of the workshops that we hold. And then at the end, of course, they're going to take an assessment at the end too, right? So hopefully they can prove to themselves and us that the needle's moved, right? And that's important. So in terms of these things, again, career design, that's probably something that we're going to continue to refer students to some of those great programs that are out there they can take advantage of. We also have some cultivated resources that they can use. The vast majority of the work we're doing is in the tactical stuff, so the workshops we can do. Just last week, we had our first resume workshop with a person that we've hired to do that service for these students specifically, and they were kind of over the moon about it, quite frankly. So that's going to be something we continue to invest in. In terms of mentoring, that's hard, right? Building a mentorship program is tough, and it takes a lot of time. So we're kind of dipping our toes in the water by hosting some industry nights, having some of our student alumni back into the virtual space to talk to other students. So this last fall, we had Marine Brian Lewis come back. He now works at Cisco. He was able to talk to a handful of students about his experience getting out of the military, hustling, getting that first interview, getting that job at Cisco. And I actually learned during that webinar that he had hired another one of our students to come work for him. And both of them had referred a third student who actually is still in the Marines, who's going to be enrolled in the program, who's real excited to get started. So to me, that's where a lot of the goodness is going to come about, because ultimately, all the work that we're trying to do, all the connections we're trying to make, is taking advantage of that network, right? The Cougar network, and also the Veteran network. I think that's going to be really, really powerful. So this is Kevin today. I don't know what they feed him in Kansas, but it must be good. But he's doing great. He actually is about halfway through his degree. He's taken advantage of a lot of the programs we've had to offer, including a trip to Chicago to the MBA Veterans Network Symposium that was last fall. He's doing really well. I talked to him last week. He actually took a new position, so with more responsibility, more teammates, more money, so that's good for him. He's super excited about it, and I'm excited to kind of see him put all of these pieces into place. But one of the other exciting things is I know he's going to be first in line to turn back around and help the other students that are going through the program and be that mentor, right, and be that guide for them as well. So that's a quick little snapshot into what we're doing. Really excited about the work we're doing. Again, thank you all for being here, and I look forward to continuing discussion this afternoon. Who's next?
we're going to shift a little bit because this has been a lot. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, thereabouts, and then we'll move into our student panel, the Q&A. Then before our breakout sessions, we'll share the information that you would have received in terms of our guidance and standards group. Sound good? So take a deep breath. We'll see you back here in a few, and we'll hear directly from our students. What? Oh, we'll do that after. Yeah, got it. I'm sorry.
First, they have to get
And maybe because of one of my suggestions, what his point was is whether it's true or not, his point was and let us say something.
Okay.
He said yes on and third, did you go ahead and
After we heard. Yeah, if you think it's a good idea, of course, I was. I was like, you from under the bus. We were. Yeah, a lot of this is want to be there for some
This is like standard operation for
We're going to get started. It's so great that there's so much energy in the room and engagement, but we're going to move things along a bit. Come on. I know y'all who are military connected in any way know these things. So I misspoke a little bit right before we took that pause. We still need to hear from a couple of campuses, and then we're going to move into the student panel. So Michaela, is that you next? So I'm kind of like Matt. Thanks. Oh, Matt, where'd Matt go? I can't stay in one place. So hi, everybody. My name is Michaela Loveridge. I'm the Veterans Coordinator over at WSU Vancouver. I'm really happy to be here. Glad you're all here today. I thought that I would start off just sharing some of our promising practices in Vancouver, maybe some things some of you might like to copy and steal with full permission from me. And so, yeah, so let's see if I can figure this thing out. Okay, so I'm actually really happy to share we have a fantastic peer mentor program set up with the utilization of VA work study students. So currently I have two peer mentors. Rick and Ben are pictured up there. Rick is a mechanical engineering student. Ben is a human development and psychology and addiction studies student. And so the two really provide a really nice balance as far as like majors. And their role in a nutshell is to be a friendly face to new students, helping them in their transition from military to civilian student life. They provide a lot to us because the Veterans Center at the Vancouver campus is actually like, my office is not inside the Veterans Center. And so they're in there kind of as the eyes and ears, and they help with, just making sure students feel welcome, answering questions, literally walking students to my office when necessary if there is some kind of concern, question that I need to get involved with. But one of the things that I love to utilize them for is for events like we have Preview Day in Vancouver, where basically prospective students come to campus to see, hey, do I want to come to this campus? Do I like this institution? And of course, as a staff member, I'm going to have glowing things to say about WSU Vancouver. Why wouldn't I? But when a prospective student comes in, when a prospective veteran comes in, I think it's a lot more impactful for them to speak to another veteran, to hear about their experience, maybe to hear some good things, maybe to hear some not so great things, and just be able to make that connection and build that community before they even decide to apply, right? And so that's one of my favorite things to use them for, is events like that, as well as student orientation, which I'll talk about next. So Vancouver has a veteran-specific, it's called a We've Got Your Six breakout session, and it's after commencement. It's like my favorite part of my job. So what we do is, the majority of my students are transfer students, so ROAR is what it's called in Vancouver, it's not alive. So ROAR in Vancouver is required, so during our 4 transfer orientation sessions, I have a breakout session specifically for our veterans and our military connected students that are using benefits. And it's really awesome. I'm very fortunate because students basically get to skip another session, which we then supplement. We have another staff member come in and make sure they get that information fully. But it's great because we get to talk about who do you talk to when, you know, something's not going right with benefits. How do you use your financial aid and FAFSA on top of your VA benefits? Because guess what? You can't do that, right? Which some students don't even know or assume they shouldn't. They get to meet each other, so they share, you know, where do they serve, what branch, and build connection that way. What's your major? And oh, hey, you're an electrical engineering major too? Like, cool, like maybe we'll have class together. And so I buy snacks, I buy drinks. Who doesn't love food? Who doesn't love, you know, some Oreos and some pizza? It's just a really, it's usually like a 30-minute, if I'm lucky, like 45 minutes where I have with these students. But it's a time that they get to be with their people, right? And meet each other. And it's this is some of the feedback from the January ROAR session I had. So overwhelmingly, you know, people have a lot of nice things to say. They like, you know, ROAR takes forever. As all of you that are students in the room, you probably remember being, you know, going through orientation, having it take forever, whether it was a live or ROAR or whatever. But students really, the students, as I call them, my students, they really appreciate being able to be in the same room and have content that is specifically directed to what they want to know about. Like, you know, how do I get my money? How do I get paid? Those kinds of things. So that works really well for us. Oops. Okay. Oh, someone changed my pictures. So the other thing I wanted to share is another great day or part of my job is planning the annual Veterans Day celebration. Last year, it's weird to say last year, but last year we had our Veterans Day celebration. One of the pictures I had up there is no longer up there, but one of the things that we do on the Vancouver campus, like in our quad, so wherever that might be on this campus, basically the week leading up to Veterans Day, we put out about 300 American flags, just mini flags that we stick into the ground that then are up for the whole week, basically leading up to Veterans Day. And it's just a really cool, impactful visual way to represent Veterans Day and to honor veterans, both students and staff and faculty. And so it's something that's been done for years now, and it's like one of the flags going up. It's November. So that's fun. In 2019, Regent Carson came to our Veterans Day celebration and gave a fantastic speech that talked, well, I should say, talked significantly about like military spouses and how military spouses support their counterparts and being one. I really appreciated that. But one of the things that I did, and I kind of like Pinterest. I like to think I'm kind of crafty. I actually, which I'm not, it's a Pinterest fail really. But one of the things that I did is I just solicited pictures from our current student veterans as well as some alumni that I still had connections with to ask if they would be willing to share pictures of them during their service. And to my surprise, a lot of people actually shared photos. So basically then with the help of my work study student, we put together individual picture frames. You know, we printed pictures at Costco, we put them in the frames, and then we put them up on those easels, and then they were displayed over the course of 4 8-foot wide tables. So basically, like imagine this whole front area being covered in pictures of your fellow veterans. Hey, like that guy graduated last year. And so it was just really cool to see people walking by. And it's something that I hope to continue in the future. And if it's something to implement as far as like a mural or a standing display, I think that would be really cool. But students' names are on there, so it was a really nice display. Okay, and then the last thing I want to touch on, as far as a best practice in Vancouver, kind of more boring, but really important to our students, very important to our students, is those that get financial aid. You all know when tuition is posted, if you're a financial aid recipient, financial aid is first applied to your balance, and then until the VA pays, your financial aid is held hostage. I think Chris talked about that earlier this morning. So my students were used to it taking anywhere from 1 to maybe even 3 months to have that financial aid released to them. And it kind of became the norm. It's like, yeah, it's going to take 3 months. And I think it's really sometimes too easy for those of us that interact with VA to just blame VA for everything. Like, well, it's just the VA taking forever. Well, it is maybe, but what can we do to control that? And how can we help students? So one of the things that we are successful in Vancouver is actually, and I'm really proud to share, is that we are able to get students financial aid refunds within 1 to 2 weeks of start of term. So let's see if I had something else on here. Oh, okay. So basically, my enrollment certification request form, which many of you are accustomed to filling out in your various campuses in various ways. When a student selects that they are a post 9/11 GI Bill recipient, a box pops up, which is hard to see, I'm sorry. It says, I am a recipient of financial aid. And that could be grants, loans, scholarships. I include all of that. If a student checks that box, that comes to my inbox, just with the rest of them. And then what I'm able to do is export the data into Excel and sort it by who are my financial aid recipients, because when tuition posts on accounts, which is usually a couple weeks before the start of term, I'm going to then prioritize all of those students reporting their tuition to the VA, so that if the VA takes even 3 to 4 weeks to pay, which is normal, you know, in August and in January when they're super slammed, students are still going to get their refunds within a couple weeks of start of term. Which for students that haven't been in Vancouver for multiple semesters, they're like, cool, I got my refund. Like, I had a student who last term, I think they ended up getting their refund like on the first day of classes. And then this term it happened like the Friday of. He's like, what the heck? It took so much longer this time. I'm like, if you only knew how long it used to take. Like, Friday of the first week is a total win for us. And it's something that works well. And yes, it's extra work on my part, but students who are financial aid recipients really appreciate getting that, like, you know, $5,000 in their bank account quickly, so that, you know, they can use it on other educational expenses or rent or gas or all those other important things. Okay, and then the last thing I want to touch on is, as my supervisor would say, where are our magic opportunities? If I had a magic wand, how can we make some magic happen? And so I've heard a lot about Vital, obviously from today, from the Tri-Cities team. It's something like, even outside of this role, which I'm very, very grateful to hold, and I love my job, mental health is critical, right? It's not just to veterans, to all students, but specifically to veterans. Veterans have, you know, experiences and things that most people don't understand and will never understand. And so for me, a key priority for the Vancouver campus is to make Vital a reality. So that program where basically a VA psychologist, clinician is at the campus to provide those dedicated mental health services to our students. The second thing I put up there actually came about just from planning this event and being on the committee and talking with my colleagues across the system and figuring out, like, we're all doing very similar work, and, you know, we're problem solving, and maybe we're like spinning our wheels and we could just, you know, learn from each other. But also for me, I have almost 300 students that I serve, and yes, I see a lot of them in the quad. We have great conversations. They come to my office, or, you know, we meet up in the vet center. But I think as staff sometimes, and I'll speak just for myself, I might spend a little too much time thinking I know what my students need, right? Like, I think my students would benefit from this, or I think my students would benefit from that. And I don't think that's the way that, I think we need to flip that. We need to ask students, what is it that you want? You know, and yes, you're going to get responses like, oh, I wish, you know, you could have Oreos in the Veteran Center every day. Okay, well, I could probably make that happen. But getting a general consensus of what is the climate, what is your satisfaction with the university, what could we be doing better, so that we're not guessing, we're hearing directly from students and giving them a voice to regularly express that feedback. So that's something that I would like to see created, maybe not just for Vancouver, but system-wide we can all work together on, especially given this event. And then lastly, I'll just put a plug.
We do have a vet center on campus. It's existed for about 6 years. My husband actually, when he went to school at WSUB, he was one of the starters of the vet center. So kind of a weird connection that I now have many years later. But the vet center is pretty small. We're grateful that we have a space, don't get me wrong, but we have about 250 square feet and we have a lot more veterans. And if there's more than like 10 people in there, it gets very stuffy and very uncomfortable. And if we're trying to do like a, like, hey, let's all get together, let's meet up at the beginning of the semester and we'll get a bunch of pizza and, Costco goodies, it's like we're definitely outside of fire code violations, I'll tell you that. But, all jokes aside, it really, the space could be a lot bigger. One of the things that I would love to see that I've seen at other universities is, they have a big enough space where they can dedicate space to a more study area, like that's legitimately quiet, and then a more kind of social space where, you can have conversations and, you can talk in the middle of class or in between classes. And right now our center is such that depending on who's in there, it's really dominated by one or the other. It can't be both. It's difficult to get studying done if people are just chatting. So that's kind of a little bit about Vancouver. I'm happy to answer any questions. If not, I can turn it over to our final campus presentation. Woohoo, okay.
I'm back. Hi. So James from WSU Pullman. Sorry, my name tag fell off. But the first thing I want to touch on, I don't know too much personally about this, but it's one of those resources that we don't publish enough, is our psychology clinic on the Pullman campus. They provide free services to military. They don't necessarily have to even be students on WSU, but they provide it through the surrounding area. They're contracted with the WDVA, the Washington Department of Veterans Affairs. They'll do everything free of charge. There are links on the very top. They also have really nice brochures on their website that you can just print out. I would definitely encourage people to check this out. I know personally I've forwarded students to them. They're willing to see people on a emergency basis, but they definitely are an appointment-based thing. But they'll work with people. They go to trainings periodically to actually work through some military-specific issues. But they're a really great resource we have on our campus. And we also have a veteran center. Currently, as I mentioned before, it's in Holland Library. It opened in 2014. Before that, we had a small space, a little bit smaller than what Vancouver mentioned. It was like a small room on the bottom floor of our student union building, the Cub. It roughly could fit about 5 students if you took out the chairs. But we have a much bigger space now. It's located in the library. Inside is more like the loungy area. That's also where Penny's office is located. And then outside we have like the study area. We have a table, a whiteboard. That's where my cubicle's at. And we do everything in there from watching Netflix to having our student meetings there. The most popular resource we have there is our free printing. Students can come in, print. They have color printing. We have fax. They can fax stuff too. And the best thing about it is we don't actually check people. So dependents come in there all the time and use stuff. We don't be like, who's your connection to our community? Like, people just come in here and print. It brings them into our center. It's a great resource that they all have. Another thing is our emergency loan that we give out. It's a $250 emergency loan that's interest-free, repayable in 60 days. It's mostly set up for like if you're missing your textbook because your VA money hasn't come in. Because as I mentioned at the beginning of the day, we process a ton of students. So we're still in the process of certifying people's tuition now. And we're like, what, week 8 of classes? So that resource gets used a lot. We also forward people to a bunch of different other funding opportunities around campus. But we also have we call it the Little Library, but it's donated textbooks from students after they finish their courses. They're mostly STEM related books from like chemistry and things like that. But we also have like the core courses like English 101, Math 105, courses that every student are taking. A couple of students have brought their books in. Instead of selling them back or keeping them, they bring them in so other students can use them. All right. And this is a picture of our recognition dinner we did last year. This year it's going to be on May 2nd. We give out our Honor Society inductees. We give out some scholarships. I personally think our scholarships are phenomenal. I was a recipient of some, and I know at least one student that the scholarship actually helped them continue after their benefits ended. But we give out 4 specific scholarships, and they vary in amount. And then we give out one that was set up on an endowment basis by a generous donor that gives a student $8,000 for the year. So all of those dollar amounts is the total scholarship amount, and it's split up between those fall and spring semesters. And last year I don't know if that was on purpose, but it was pretty equal between graduate students and undergraduate students that received the scholarships. We gave out our first Got Your Six award last year. That's an award we give out to somebody from the university or the community that's helped our community a lot. So this next year we'll give out our second one. We also honor all of our graduates at this dinner. So we give them a cord and a tassel. It's red, white, and blue. And then they also get our Cougar Veteran Challenge coin when they graduate. Right. And as was mentioned before by Chris, we also have a Veteran Transition Seminar. I'm actually the instructor for it this year. Essentially what this course does is help prepare students for academic life. I know my first semester when I came to college, I went on academic probation. I eventually was able to work past that and graduate with a pretty successful GPA. But this course is meant to try to alleviate that for other students. And apart from that, it teaches a ton of other skills that have been touched on throughout the day. We just wrapped up our public speaking presentation unit. This next one, we're going to launch into how to build a suitable LinkedIn profile instead of treating it kind of like Facebook. We did a thing when the career fair came in. We do resume workshops, things like that, translating your military service into real world. It definitely was a great experience for me, and I know from talking to a few of the students that have taken it that it's actually helped them. I've noticed from the assignments they turn in throughout the year that the quality of their writing improves. Their general demeanor about WSU changes from their beginning to the end. Right. And as I mentioned before, we do have a Veterans Advisory Board. It started out Pullman-centric, so we recruited a bunch of people from Pullman just to try to get it up and running. Currently, the chair of it's Craig Parks from the Provost Office, because we fall under the Provost Office. It hasn't met for a few months, but looking forward to get it going. One of the great things about it is we included more than just WSU people. We also included people from the community. We have a representative on there from the American Legion. There's graduate students on it. There's undergraduate students. There's people from all over the place. And the whole idea is to come up with solutions to try to solve a lot of the problems we've been talking about today. And then we also have our ASWSU Student Veterans Committee. It's kind of the longest standing thing that I can find for our population on campus. It started in 1984. It was primarily founded around veteran advocacy for like foreign dead during wars to try to bring their bodies back, things like that. And then it sort of branched on further and further to everything from having camaraderie events to pushing our university to actually recognize students. The It's funded through our S&A fee committee because it is a committee within our student government. Currently, I'm the advisor. Chris, that you all met before, he's the president of it. Our first advisor was the advisor since its founding. So there's a lot of institutional carryover that we've lost that we're trying to rebuild on it. But currently, at least on our campus, the primary advocacy and programming comes from this student group. And as we talk about it, this is the first regional student veteran conference for the Pacific Northwest. Started at WSU Pullman. They founded it. This was about 4 years ago. You'll see a younger Jared there. It's a pretty good tradition that was started at WSU. From there, it went to UW, and then from there, it went to University of Idaho, and I believe the next one's going to be in Corvallis. All right. And then when Ronald Schur got his Medal of Honor, he came to WSU and talked. I know I was there. A few of the people in here was there. Regent Carson was there. It was a really great thing. We got to hear him speak. It was phenomenal. It was really cool to see ROTC, the community, the university, and the veterans all get together around a specific thing. And hearing his story was really inspirational for me. All right. When we get into more camaraderie events, this is the bowling night they did this year. It was probably the highest attended event I've seen for the committee since I've been a part of WSU. It really was interesting. This year, the dynamics changed a lot. It moved from just veterans to all students. There's dependents that are involved. There's people who aren't even affiliated with the military community that come by. It's definitely expanded its reach throughout the university. We sent students to the military appreciation game. This is one of the groups that went, but they were all over the stadium. They were at specific things that some people had tickets themselves. We managed to get season ticket holders to donate tickets. It was a really good event. I thought it was cool. It was actually my first football game that year to go to. Plus we won, so that's always a good thing too, right? All right. And then we went to Scarywood this year, which was really interesting because it was the first time I've seen a student group go out of the town to go do something. So they drove down there. It was phenomenal. It was probably the second highest attended event. And then we do our Veterans Day ceremonies every year. The way we do our Veterans Day ceremony is really interesting because we march across our campus mall. So students see it through the whole time. We've actually seen people follow us down and stand at the memorial. We do our Veterans Day ceremony at the memorial itself. So it provides visibility for that and allows students to catch it when they can. We also brought back a tradition that we used to do where we do the breakfast that morning that was open to people. We're definitely, this is another example of how the student group is providing visibility on the campus and the community. And then they also do community service events. They partnered with the Pullman Rotary to do park cleanup. They've reached out to us again this semester to do more. The student group really fulfills all the gaps we kind of see. The major thing, though, when we're looking at challenges comes from the administrative side of the piece. Like I said, we're still worried about getting our stuff processed. We're still going through it. We have 900 and so students, one person doing all the processing. Penny's brand new. She's phenomenal. Blaine, our old person, still works at WSU, but transitioned to a new role. So we're kind of all starting over. It's the first year in my position. It's the first year Chris is the president of the student group. Our whole sort of leadership dynamic has changed, and it's kind of interesting to see where we go from here.
We're actually going to move into the student panel and save some of that other information. So Matt Beer will be coming up and he'll be our facilitator of our student panel. Yay.
Mia plans on talking a lot. She's got to get a drink of water, I guess. Uh-oh. Yeah. Grab another chair. All right. Well, this is really exciting. This is actually the good part. You've heard from a bunch of us staff weenies, and now it's time to talk to the students, right, and find out what they really think. So I'm really excited about this part to hear what their challenges are and also what the gifts are that they bring to our college campus. So I just want to start real briefly by kind of introducing these amazing people up here. So we'll start with Claudia. You've met her before briefly. She's her first year at Washington State, served in the U.S. Army. She's pursuing a degree in wildlife ecology, and is it a minor in criminal justice? Yeah, okay, minor. From New Orleans, Louisiana, you said that before, and she lives in the residence hall. She's probably the youngest panel member up here, so that's awesome. So we're glad to have Claudia with us. To my right, Anthony Davis, a veteran of the United States Navy, where he served as a helicopter rescue swimmer. Now he continues to serve others through his passion through coaching. He was inspired by his own journey as a pretty stellar athlete, I think, based on what I've read, and in part by former Washington State University assistant baseball coach, Greg Swenson. In 2011, Anthony qualified to be a member of the U.S. Paralympic rowing team, and he's currently enrolled in our global campus and studying psychology. He lives in Clark County with his wife, Stefina, and his daughters, Jacqueline and Penelope, and his son, Ethan. Correct. Got it. Awesome. Thomas, over here. Tom Dale is a veteran of the United States Air Force. He served over 20 years as a flight engineer on AWACS. Right? Got that right? Okay, AWACS. He's currently pursuing his computer science degree at WSU Vancouver. Started it in Pullman. Now he's in Vancouver, so we can talk about that right as we get going. And you're also an employee of the university as well, too, right? So glad to have you with us. Over here, we have Tamia Wallace. She grew up in Southern California. She's a veteran of the U.S. Navy also. She started her degree in organic and sustainable agriculture in 2018. And when I asked her what she missed most about being in the Navy, she said sunning herself on the beaches of the South Pacific. So we don't have that. And last but certainly not least, Robin on the end here served in the U.S. Marine Corps from 2011 to 17 as a scout sniper. And 3 months, I think I have it right, after coming home from a deployment, you had already relocated back here to the Tri-Cities and enrolled in school. So that's a pretty quick turnaround. He's a Marine, right? He's pursuing a degree in history, so he's one of those liberal arts majors, and plans to attend law school after graduation. In addition to being active in the Student Veteran Association, Robin serves in student government as well as a senator, I believe, right? Yeah, okay, awesome. All right, that's a mouthful, but we got a great group, and so I really want this to be a conversation with and for these students, and also a chance for you to ask them questions. So as I was kind of reading through who you were and where you came from, it looked like all the gentlemen up here are from Washington State, and the ladies are not. So I wanted to ask you specifically about what process, because that's the first step, right? As a veteran, you get, hey, you get a GI Bill, people are telling you got to go use it. So what was the process for you to actually come to Washington State University? I guess we can start with you, Claudia.
You guys, okay. It was a very complicated process. I got out and then I went to New York, and then I was like, okay, we're gonna move to Washington, which is across the country. No one just up and moves across the country. Because I wasn't physically on campus, I had to always call people, stay in communication, like through email, try to figure it out. If I wasn't working, I was on my laptop talking to someone on the phone from the university, trying to fax them paperwork and get it all sorted out. It was complicated. It was difficult. I was just like, I don't see why I should just like
why I should go across country and not just stay in New York, but I ended up here and I really do love it. I do have to applaud the university, the faculty. They stayed in touch. They didn't answer my questions when I had them. They made sure that they didn't get off the phone until I had the paperwork they sent me. So that was something that I loved. The determination they had to just make sure that I was set before anything else. But other than that, really, it was a pretty good experience. Complicated, but good.
Chime in on your process of getting here.
Okay, so I actually, my degree, if you've ever heard of it before, other than at WSU, is not a widely sought out degree. And so WSU was the only school that had it when I was looking for the degree itself. And so I was in Guam, calling around, looking around for this program, trying to figure out where I could go when I got out in 2 years. And just the faculty and staff as well, like Claudia said, was very welcoming and committed to making sure they gave me all the information they had. My advisor would email me, send me all the information, and it was a pretty smooth process to get everything situated via phone and via computer before I got here. The transition from being in the summer 24/7 to being up here then in the fall, going through a super hot summer and then having no sunshine was pretty crazy. And so that was hard to adjust to, just the weather changes and just the scenery is different. The pace of living is different being in Pullman compared to being on a ship and doing your job 24/7 and being so fast paced. So that was a quick adjustment to say, okay, it's okay to slow down, take some time, really focus on school and not be so focused on work. So it was interesting, but it was pretty easy to move and get adjusted to Pullman from Southern California and even from Guam as well.
No, I appreciate both of those answers. It's interesting to me that both of you find it interesting to move to a totally disorienting place, right? And I think that's something that probably isn't unusual for student veterans because most of them have done that before, at least once, right? So the senior member of our panel, I'm looking over at you, Thomas. So I want you to talk me through your first days on campus because you had a different experience than both of these gals. And I wonder if you could maybe talk about what that was like and what some of the unique challenges were for you specifically.
So I'm kind of a non-traditional student because I'm in my 40s going back to school right after I retired from the Air Force. So I really didn't have any transition time from when I retired to the first day of school. So it was a tremendous culture shock that first couple of days of school. Dealing with people half my age and a lot of them that would have very strong opinions that differed dramatically from my own was shocking, to say the least. Those first couple days, I had this recurring theme in my head of what's going to happen if I fail. I was attending school under Chapter 31 benefits, that's a vocational rehabilitation program, and my counselor did a fantastic job of telling me all the bad things that would happen if I failed. So I had this recurring theme in my brain of, oh my gosh, I can't fail. Along with that was a lot of pressures of that culture shock of trying to go to school. And then along with that was a lot of things like just the basic necessities. Where am I going to live? Where am I going to eat? Who am I going to hang out with after school? Things of that nature. So when I was wandering around on campus those first couple of days, it was just a matter of, okay, I have a class from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. and then I don't have a class until 1. What am I going to do for those 3 or 4 hours? Where do I go? Trying to find help for those times when I needed help with my classes was extremely difficult on the Pullman campus, especially when I would have a professor with, say, 2 hours of time available for his students, but he had over 150 students.
I was not to interrupt, but did anybody else have, for those campus-based folks, like when he said, I have this like 2-hour block in the middle of the day where I'm not doing anything. Was that like weird or disorienting, or was it easy to like find a place and just chill?
I think at first it's kind of weird. In the military, you're used to go, 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 or you're in your barracks room playing Xbox if you're in the infantry like I was. But you always know what you're doing and why you're doing it. But yeah, coming to college, having those 2, 3, even 4-hour gaps in the middle of the day, that's where things like the Veterans Center really come into play. That's where, at least here on the WSU Tri-Cities campus, we really strive to create that peer-to-peer mentorship and just sense of community between veterans, because you go in there, you meet fellow vets, you become friends, you learn more about the opportunities available to you inside and outside of the classroom. So I think like that's a perfect example of why we should have veteran centers that can accommodate all veterans on every campus.
Oh, that's great. So we do have one, so Anthony, global campus guy, right? So you don't have a space necessarily. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about maybe your journey to Washington State, and also maybe what's been the hardest thing for you, the biggest challenge for you in starting that degree.
So my journey to Washington State took me a long time to get here. Actually, I'm a millennial also, and I was told I'm at the beginning of it. I was class of 2000 when I graduated. I actually graduated high school, and my best friend became a Washington State Cougar. I joined the Navy, and he was a left-handed pitcher named Jimmy Freeman when he was back in the 90s, from 96 to 2000. And I used to follow him on. It's kind of interesting because I was laying my rack at war on the Abraham Lincoln, and I would go and I would think about Jimmy because he'd be at college pitching, and I'd be at war as a rescue swimmer in the Navy. And so that's kind of where it started. I'm from Washington, Southern Washington. It's either you're a Husky or a Cougar. I'm not the type, I didn't grow up as the type of person. So
What type of person is that? No, don't answer that.
Yeah. And so then I joined the Navy. I joined the Navy because I knew that I wasn't going to go to college and pass college. And I played sports. I played football. I played baseball. And then I joined the Navy, and they said, either jump out of helicopters and rescue people, or you can play with guns on a ship. And I said, and being from here with all the rivers and everything, jumping out of off rocks into the water, I've been swimming since before I could walk the first time. So I became a rescue swimmer, and that was 2000, before the war started. And then 9/11 happened, and I was in training. 2 months later, I was going to the fleet with HS4 Black Knights. And then we left on the USS Abraham Lincoln in 2003, and we were there for 5 months, and then we left Perth, Australia in January of 2003. And the admiral came on and said that we're going to the Persian Gulf indefinitely, and we're going to do our job, and we'll be back someday. And so we went there for 4 months, and didn't see land for 4 months, and started a fight, and came home, and the president came on our ship, and they tell my president's story. So President Bush's stateroom was sleeping in the CO stateroom, which was across the hallway from the rescue swimmers' shop. So when we were getting our stuff, unloading the shop, we put it on the flight deck, which happened to be above the CO's berthing, which where the president was sleeping. So we had our entire shop unloaded, and we're 6 hours from being at home, boat pulling into San Diego. And the Secret Service guys came out and said we had to cease what we were doing until the president woke up, because we were being too loud for him. So being Navy guys, we just got all 10 of us and picked the crate up and carried it 500 yards across the flight deck and put it on our elevators, and we were done with that. And so that's my present. So after that, we were on this. So I like to say that USS Abraham Lincoln received a Battle E during wartime, and HS4 Black Knights all received Navy and Marine Corps commendation medals with V for valor, and all the aircrew shop and all the rescue swimmers, including me, got an air medal. I have over 159 hours of combat flight time for that air medal. And then 6 months later, I out on the John C. Stennis, and we did it again, but this time we only did it for 6 months. And then life kind of kicked me around, and I was getting out of the Navy, and I was in a car accident on I-5 in California, and I was sleeping in the back seat, and a Jeep rolled 4 times on the freeway, and my seatbelt broke, and I was ejected out of the back window. And I woke up in the Seattle VA hospital, paralyzed from the waist down, broke my spine at T12 to L1, and I'm fused at T10 to L3. I have 19 screws in my spine, a metal rod in each side. I lived in a TLSO vest for 4 months, and like you guys were saying with your uniforms, when I took that off, I was not allowed to wear that no more. I didn't have to wear it no more. I shot it with a shotgun until I couldn't take it no more. And yeah, and then I'm 100% disabled prior to Navy, and I'm never supposed to walk again. And I taught myself to walk, and it took me about 3 years where I could actually stand without pain or stumbling and falling. That was 06 when I was discharged from the Navy. So I found I was on the USA team, Paralympic rower out of Vancouver, Washington. I love Washington State. I lived in Oregon for about 5 months where I met my wife, but I have a hard time saying I'm an Oregonian, even for 5 months. I love Washington. I've been all over the world. I've been to Sasebo, Japan, Australia, Hong Kong, Singapore, Malaysia, Bahrain, Qatar, and Italy. I've been to Rome. I've been to a lot, and I've come back here, and I will always come back to Washington. It's the most beautiful place in the world. You can go swim, sit in the sun, play in the snow. So I knew I wanted to go to school somewhere in Washington. I told my son, because he's 14 now, that I decided to live first. Now I'm going to go to school second, because I want him to go to school first. But I coached football with Coach John Lambert, who was the 1A Coach of the Year in 2017 for Washington State at Ellis Center, Washington. From there, I was sent to Linfield College to learn how to be a quarterback coach. And then from there, 2017, I became the quarterback coach for Steve Broussard, the Bruiser, the Hall of Fame running back for Washington State University. And he taught me his offense. And I ran his offense in JV games and ran his offense in varsity games and scored touchdowns using his offense. It was awesome. And then the next year, I was asked to be a baseball coach. I'm also a baseball coach. And I coached with Greg Swenson, who used to be a baseball coach here with you guys, and at Kingsway Christian, and Sam Lauderdale got a scholarship to come pitch for you guys as a left-handed pitcher. And Damon Gazzetta-Stubb got drafted by the Seattle Mariners. And I helped coach both those kids. I was the bench coach. And so from there, I picked Washington State because 100% of the fact that what I learned from Coach Broussard and what I learned from Greg Swenson was the closest thing I've seen to the military. And Coach Broussard is the closest thing I've seen to a chief petty officer in the Navy since I've been out of the Navy. To the point where he will tell you what to do, he'll tell you how to do it, and if you do it right, he will let you do it, and he'll give you more responsibility. If you don't do it right, he's gonna let you know you didn't do it right, and he'll let you know no matter where you're at what time it's. When he is there ready to let you know, he's gonna let you know, right? And there's not many people I look up to, and my football coaches are them, and Coach Lambert, Coach Broussard. The way they ran their offenses and defenses and their teams and the way they did everything is why I chose Washington State University. They represent you guys, and maybe not to you guys they do it, but when they're out there, they talk about you guys a lot, and you guys as careers. And so I believe in respecting the position because I don't know you personally. So I believe that they learned how to be who they are coming from here.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks. I appreciate that. To me, I was going to ask you about your, you talked about the weather, right, as being a challenge, but I also was wondering about, every student veteran center is a little different, and some have different, flavors, I guess, and cultures. And I was wondering what your experience was coming to Washington State and Pullman specifically, what your experience was with, was that a place where you went? Did they have the resources you need, or did you find that elsewhere? or on campus in general, yeah.
I would say WSU as a whole has a plethora of resources. It's just a matter of where they are and how to get to them. Being a first generation, being a woman of color, being a veteran, you see intersectionality in certain places, but probably not as much as necessary. And so when you walk into a space and you're also a veteran, also a first gen, you're like, okay, what is it that you need from me? Because no one's ever walked me through this. I don't even know what you're asking me for. Who do I talk to? And so it wasn't hard, but it wasn't easy. You just kind of really have to know the right path, who to talk to, and where they'll send you. Yes, within the Alive sessions, you kind of get some of that, but also like meeting a veteran transfer mentor is necessary because of the certain questions you have, because of the certain avenues that you might fall under, your degree program. All of that kind of gives you those subtle differences and the different things that you need. So WSU has it, but do you know how to get to it? Do you know where to go? Not necessarily all the time. And so even within the center, you may have someone who's a student as well in that position when you come in at the front desk, and they're just not in your major. They don't really know where to send you. They don't know who to talk to because they just don't have that same career path as you. And so sometimes that can be hard, and it's not their fault. It's not the VA's fault. It's just, we just need more tailoring to how we really capture all the students and how we give out that information.
So in the Air Force, we call that WOM, right? Word of mouth. That's how you get information. Did anyone else have that same experience, or did you feel like the resources were, readily available and accessible?
I think a lot of it was through word of mouth. If I had questions, though, I knew who to ask or who to approach to ask those questions, and I feel like I never had I always felt like those questions were always answered some way.
I was going to also ask, so we talked a little bit about the challenges, but maybe something that really resonated with you when you first got to campus. We talked a little about the challenges and the difficulties, but what was something that really made it easy or easier or that worked for you? Robin, do you want to share?
So I like to say that my transition out of the Marine Corps sounds really hard. Yeah, I got back from Iraq, and 3 or 4 months later, I was in school. But honestly, to me, it was a lot easier than it sounded. Everything just kind of fell into place, and I equate that to, part of it was me just being in the right place at the right time, but then also coming to, first I came to CBC and I did a year there, and that was a great opportunity for me to kind of settle down and just like figure out what I actually wanted to do with my life. I knew I wanted to get a 4-year degree, but I didn't know where I wanted to go. So about halfway through that year, I decided to come to WSU Tri-Cities. My wife and I are from here. We have a family support network here, and it just perfectly fell into place. So day one, we had veteran orientation, and that's where I met Aaron Brumbaugh and I met Janet Kay, and they really put me at ease because they said, hey, we're the ones here that help you out, and then you also have, look around, you have all these other fellow vets here who are also brand new. Work with each other and then work with the other veterans who have already been there, and it's really served as that peer-to-peer mentorship that really made it just a seamless transition into WSU Tri-Cities. I can't speak for every other campus, but I think here at WSU Tri-Cities, we have a great, small, close-knit campus community, and I think that's what makes this campus best. So.
Oh, I appreciate that. That's good. So the other thing I wanted to kind of explore a little bit was, you talk about the things that help student veterans succeed, things that, we need to make us more successful. But what about the things that you bring to campus? Because you have a lot of experiences, right? Tend to be a little bit older, and even if you're not that much older, you've done some stuff, right? So, Claudia, what do you think? What have you, we talked about a little bit about this the other day about being a leader, really, is what it comes down to. Have you had opportunities to do that, even in your time here in the first year?
Yes, most definitely. Leaving service and then coming to campus, it was pretty simple, but going into it, you don't really think about how different it'll be when you're dealing with people who haven't served or never done anything. I didn't really recognize all the skills that I did possess until I was in the classroom. And then we would kind of all get together in a group, and I'm like, okay, this is what we need to do. We have a goal. We got to reach it. Like, we're going to get there. Somehow, some way, it'll get done, right? And other people, they don't have that same mindset. They don't have that same determination to get it done like you would. Like, they don't know what's going on, and you're like, okay, I need to know what's going on every second. That was a little bit tricky, but I feel like that leadership that you gain when you do serve and like that determination, it really does play a part in helping everything come together, especially when you have to work with groups or when you have to work with other people on campus. Topography lines, they really did help. No, no joke. Like geology and sciences, like we know what we're looking at, like a topography map or a map of a landscape, and it's just, a bunch of lines. This is a hill. This is a cliff. But other students, they're just like, what is this? Like, what is this kid drawing that you just put in front of my face? Little small things like that I feel we do bring, just being able to help other people stay on track. That.
Has anybody else had any insights on that?
I would say for me, I was stationed in Japan for 3 years and traveled along some of the coast there. And so amid coronavirus right now, right? So knowing people of Asian descent and a lot of the hard conversations or misconceptions about people who are not from America. And so having lived in Japan, been to Hong Kong, and have friends that still live there and that are native, and having those conversations of they're not who you think they are. They're just like us. They live in societies. They have families. They're struggling just like everybody else. And so kind of the perspective of we're all just different people across the world going through the same things. And if you've never been there, never experienced the culture, you don't understand that. And so as a veteran, having traveled and loved travel and loved culture, I bring that to the conversations with other students of they're just like you. They just don't speak the same language. They just don't wear the same clothes, but they're literally just like us. And so I think that's so important to engage students in those conversations of just reality of we're all the same and you just haven't been there, so you don't know them. But that doesn't mean they're the enemy. That doesn't mean they're the bad guys. We're all just people, and we should all be respected and treated with respect. And so that's one of the big things that I feel like veterans bring to the table if you've traveled and understand just the differences and the cultural differences of people.
Well, that's interesting. You come to the classroom with a lot of different experiences. So how do you avoid being the know-it-all creepy veteran in the back corner, right? Who knows everything? No, honestly, how do you navigate those waters? Like, do you have any experience with that or any advice for people? Yeah.
So I kind of feel like this 'cause on global campus, you write and you don't get to see people's reactions when you talk to them. You don't get to. An example I had was the girl where I replied to a girl's post, and within 5 minutes she replied to me. And if I read that out loud, it sounded like she was angry at me, and I was just asking her a question, and I maybe didn't word it correctly. So when she read it, it sounded bad. And so little things like that, when you don't get to interact with people, I found was a little tougher. You had to spend more time on framing your sentences and your paragraphs and things so that you don't upset somebody, which I have an issue with just normally. So to do it in writing form is a little more difficult. But yeah, so I found, but I am a firm believer that I know I'm speaking for myself at I learned through war, but in the military you learn at a different speed, and things happen at a different speed, and it's not just because you are required to keep up at this speed. There is no, oh yeah, I'll get to it, or yeah, I'll get there eventually. That you have to keep up. The military has a way of weeding them out, and so at Rescue Swimmer School we started with 28 people in the class. 2 weeks later we're down to the teens, and I graduated with 8 people in our class, and one of them was the female who was only the third rescue swimmer female to ever graduate. So the military has a way of weeding out the people who can't keep up. And so, and then when you go to war, and I know for a fact he could attest to this because of what he did when he was at the war, but things just move, and they're moving in your head. They're not moving in reality. What they're doing is he's playing the game in his head. Happening in front of him, and they've already happened. He's already made his decision. Now he's just waiting for which scenario to happen. I'm a firm believer that that's the way. When the war started, we put a gas mask on our hip, put 4 needles in it that were giant, right? And they said that if you go through this cloud, it might be a normal cloud, might not be a normal cloud. Waves dark out, or giant snakes in the water. And I don't know if yeah, so you prepare for these things, and I am a firm believer that this is what they teach you in the military.
Really? Wow. 170 of it after taxes deposited into her account. She won 200 what? 250. And she got 170 after taxes. Wow. $80,000 in taxes. Still $170,000, but. Well, she might get some of that back though. Oh, but she filed taxes. Really? Wow. 170 of it after taxes deposited into her account. She won 200 what? 250. And she got 170 after taxes. Wow. $80,000 in taxes.
believe. I know when I hear these things and I take them into account. I'm now carrying all these stories with me. And the question is, what am I going to do with that? What are we all going to do? And how will it make a difference? So I appreciate that a lot. I am asked to remind us all to wash our hands before we serve our food. There are bathrooms just out that door to the left, and we have hand sanitizer over by the food. There you go. So we'll gather our lunch. I'll check in with you in a few minutes, and we'll get moving on the rest of our day. Thanks.
External? Come on.
Sounds. I did crank that Zoom audio right there.
Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. It was like at negative something.
Oh, hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4.
to go ahead and introduce Derek, I think. Is that all right? Yeah. Hello. Hey, it works. Good. So go ahead, keep enjoying your food. I just want to take an opportunity now to introduce someone who's going to talk to us next while we're kind of enjoying the last bit of our lunch and the awesome cookies. I sampled them. They're good, so I have one of those too. Take a minute to introduce Derek Abbey. Derek's originally from Seattle, Washington, enlisted in the Marine Corps after graduating from high school. He served 23 years, both as an enlisted Marine and then as an officer flying FA-18s and then working in the Special Operations community. He's formerly the director of San Diego State University's Veterans Center and now serves as the CEO for Project Recover, which is an organization that takes the most modern science and technology to locate and repatriate Americans missing in action since World War II. That's a whole nother subject, fascinating, so hopefully we can touch on that a little bit. Derek studied undergraduate at Oregon State. We won't hold that against you. Earned his master's in higher education leadership, holds a PhD in leadership studies from the University of San Diego, and his current research focuses on adult development and veterans' access to higher education. Derek currently lives in Bend, Oregon. His wife, Michelle, recently moved to Bend, so he's a little closer. I'm really excited. Derek's a great voice to have with us today, talk about his experiences, and he also has one of the most extensive shoe collections of anyone I know. So I see that he wore the appropriate shoes for the occasion, so I'm happy about that too. So without further ado, Derek Abbey.
Thanks, Matt. I'm not going to stand behind the podium, mostly just so you can see my shoes. Just joking. No, I'm not a big fan of podiums. First of all, thank you so much for having me. This has been a phenomenal event. It says a great deal about a university and the system itself when you have the level of leadership that's been present here to listen and learn and come up with ideas about how to serve this portion of your population in the best way possible. So I'm honored to be here and join you and share a little bit about myself and a little bit about some of the work that I've done. What I want to talk about today is I will talk a little bit about myself. I'll tell you a little bit about the work that I do, my story, because my story really gives you a better idea of how I approach the work that I've done with military and higher education. We'll include some of that work within higher education and then some words of wisdom related to my research and hopefully some small nuggets that you can walk away with as action items, whether you're a practitioner working in higher education with the student population or you're a student yourself or both, some of you are both, to have a positive impact on your community, your campuses, whether it's here or the other campuses across the state. So again, thank you so much for having me. I'll tell you a little bit about Project Recover because that's where I'm at right now, and then we'll go back and rewind it and bring it back to today. So Project Recover is like Matt said, we are an organization. We've been around for more than 25 years, and we conduct research. We conduct search missions in the waters and the jungles around the world. We locate sites associated with Americans Missing in Action, primarily aviation-related sites, but not only those. We also search for prisoners of war that were ultimately executed. We find those sites, we identify them appropriately, and recover the remains in partnership with the Department of Defense of the United States and repatriate them back to their families and loved ones. Most of the work actually that we do is related to World War II military, although it's not only related to World War II. We've done work in the Persian Gulf, Desert Storm area, done work in Vietnam. But what we're doing is we're having a positive impact on the greater American community. Even these World War II veterans or servicemen that have been missing for more than 7 decades, that still is a grief that is held by that family and the collective of that family and the community to this day. And so it's really amazing to see the impact that has on these communities when that loved one is brought home. And it truly is a positive impact on the individuals, the families, the communities, and the nation as a whole. What we say is our kind of tagline is we're keeping America's promise because it's a collective, right? This is, as a nation, we make a promise to our service members that if you fall in battle, we'll do everything that we can to return you home. And unfortunately, because of the chaos of war, many times that hasn't occurred. Today, that's 82,000. There's 82,000 missing Americans still, which is a pretty big number. Most people associate that with Southeast Asia, Vietnam. era, actually there's less than 1,600 still missing from Vietnam. About 72,000 from World War II, 7,000 from Korea and other conflicts. So it's a pretty amazing stuff, and it's really neat to have an impact on those military families, but just the community as a whole is really neat. And I want to kind of hold on to that, and the reason that I bring that up is our military population is part of the collective, right? But too often we kind of look at our military as they handle our war fighting, and they also have to heal as a nation as our war fighters, which isn't the right way to look at it. Because yes, they handle our war fighter or our war fighting on behalf of our entire nation, and it shouldn't be up to them and shouldn't be only them that heal as a collective for our entire nation's participation in war. And that's something that we've really seen, not only on the American side in dealing with World War II stuff, but also the host nations. So we see the impact that our work does in recovering these remains on the healing of those war-torn nations. And then when we bring them home, we see the healing impact that that has on our nation at home. And so believe it or not, the work that you're doing today and that you do every day on your campuses contributes to what we need to go through as a collective, as a nation, to heal from our participation in war. Whether you played a small part in it or you didn't play a part in actively serving in the military, serving this population helps with that. So I want to thank you for that. All right, so a little bit about me. You heard I'm from the western side of the Washington, so it's really cool to be back in my home state, and it's really cool to see the work that you're doing here in my home state for our military. I grew up in Seattle, lived everywhere from Everett to Tacoma and anything in between. I was raised by a single mom who didn't graduate high school. And when I was 13 years old, my mom unexpectedly passed away. She had an aneurysm in her head. She was there one day, she was gone the next. And then I was kind of out on my own, bouncing around with my aunt and uncles. By the time I was 17, I was homeless, and I needed to do something with my life. Finished high school, and I tell the story a little bit different now. I used to say I was hustled by a good recruiter, but really I ran away to the Marine Corps. And I like their uniforms, cool. Ultimately fell in love with the mission, but for an 18-year-old without a rudder, without a sail, the military system was exactly what I needed at the time. I needed a little bit of structure, some discipline, and believe it or not, succeeding in the military isn't hard. They tell you what to do. If you do it, you usually do pretty well. If you do it faster, you can do even better. And so I found myself in the Marine Corps. I was a communicator. First tour, found myself down in 29 Palms, California. I remember we're going to Southern California and hearing about Palm Springs and stuff, and they're like, we're sending you to 29 Palms. I'm like, that sounds nice. No, it's not. But actually, I ended up getting sent to El Toro, which is now closed in Orange County. It's been a lot of my career in Southern California. After my first enlistment, though, the Marine Corps decided to invest in me, and they sent me to college. Sent me to Oregon State University. I was selected for a commissioning program. Talk about the best job in the Marine Corps. Go to school, don't screw it up. You got it. Screwed it up a little bit, but still managed to get through. I was commissioned a ground officer, so I had this whole aspirations that I'm going to have tuna crunchies, attack the hill, all this stuff, and go to the basic school where all Marine officers have to go to school for 6 months to learn how to be a Marine officer and company level tactics and things like that. And I ended up getting an aviation contract. And this is how it happened. One night, some other knucklehead second lieutenant was filling a leadership role, and he comes to my room and he says, are you interested in flying at all? What? He says, I need to know if you have any interest at all in flying. I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, do you have any interest at all in flying? Okay, maybe I have an interest. He says, all right, tomorrow at 1800, you need to go to this building and take this test. And all I was thinking at the time was, I just gave up my Wednesday night. Damn it. So I go, aviation aptitude exam, took it, passed. They sent me to flight school. Said, I don't want to go to flight school. Said, it's not your choice. You're going to flight school. Said, well, if I'm going to go, I want to do as well as I can, and I want F-18s West Coast. Did pretty well in flight school. I truly think because I didn't care if I failed out or not, so I wasn't stressed out like some of my colleagues were. Did well in flight school, got F-18s West Coast Hornets, joined my squadron, within a couple weeks deployed to the Middle East, doing Operation Southern Watch because we knew Iraqi freedom was going to kick off. I was over Iraq when the war kicked off. They started shooting at us more than they were doing regularly, and I'm like, man, these guys are really upset about something. And we do our mission and come back, and we land, and they're like, the war kicked off. It's like, we have radios. You can tell us these things, you know, because we were there. So that's how the war started for me. Did multiple deployments in the F-18, did everything you could possibly want to do in a Hornet except for an actual air-to-air engagement, but did the Marine Corps bread and butter, close air support, was there for the whole push north, came back, was there for Fallujah 2, came back again for the surge and all those things, and then finished my time in the F-18 and left the Hornet community, became a plank holder with Marine Special Operations Command. So the Marine Corps started their special operations, they recreated the Raiders, and I became a plank holder with them, ran around with the Smurf Ninjas for a few years, and after finishing the deployment with them, the Marine Corps decided to invest in me some more, and they sent me back to school again. So I was like, this is great. I've been deploying for like 10 years. I'm going to go to school, take a break, get a degree. Who knows what it'll be in? I don't care. So I come back from deployment. I'm in the classroom, you know, a little culture shock. Afghanistan, very violent nativity scene. I'm at the University of San Diego, this private, beautiful campus. And obviously nobody in the rooms that I'm in has any idea that there's wars going on. But my break lasted for about 3 weeks. And then I said, I have to do something that's tangible. And at that time was a big influx of military into higher education. I was living in San Diego State, a phenomenal program. They were working with the military. So I decided to do a case study of what campuses were doing, what they weren't doing with military, to kind of create a best practices and stuff. And that's been over, that was 11 years ago now, where we created that. Still had to pay back the Marine Corps, so they sent me back to North Carolina. And it wasn't as sexy as jets and special operations, but I ran a schoolhouse as my twilight tour, and then retired in 2014. And I was in North Carolina. I didn't want to be in North Carolina. I wanted to be back on the West Coast. Wanted my car west, pushed on the gas, didn't stop till I hit the Pacific Ocean. Went back to San Diego, and San Diego State actually hired me to do outreach. And that's going to come back to kind of how I approach military and higher education. I started doing outreach, connecting with the military population really all over the world, whether they're active duty, whether they're in San Diego. If they had an interest in higher education, I would work with them on accessing San Diego State or other institutions. Did that for about a year and a half, and then the University of San Diego reached out and they said, would you come over and take over the program here? I had done some work helping them create their program when I was a student. Now they wanted me to come over and take it over. There's a practical kind of soft skills we brought up over here. One of the best soft skills that I find a lot of military members love is a class on negotiation. Because I actually didn't get the USD job, and now they were calling me, and I was a student there, and I said, well, I love what I do. I love who I work with. So why would I come to USD? Or what are you going to give me? And I said, before you answer that, let me tell you what you're going to need to give me. Part of it was tuition assist or tuition remission, and I didn't have any GI Bill, so they ended up paying for my degree. A lot of our military, when you get promoted to sergeant, you don't sit down and negotiate your salary. At least I didn't. So the negotiation skills are often missing. I've seen a lot of veterans find a lot of value in learning those negotiation skills. So I was happy that I had an opportunity to learn a little bit about that and got more out of my pay than I was expecting. But took over the University of San Diego's program, really built that program, did some nonprofit work with the Travis Manion Foundation. And then when my predecessor at San Diego State retired after 30 years, San Diego State called me back and said, what do you think about coming over here and taking over this program? Absolutely. And San Diego State has anywhere between, depending on what time of year it is, 4,000 to 5,000 military connected students that the center is responsible for, about a 4,000 square foot center, about 8 employees, another 30-something work study students. It's a monster. It's like its own college, literally on the campus. But they've done some great work there. They continue to do some great work. Love my time there. After I finished my doctorate, Project Recover, they said, hey, you've been doing this for 15 years. Will you come over here and do this work full time? And I couldn't resist because I love the impact that it makes. And so that's what I do today, but I still spend my time in higher education doing research related to higher education, coming to campuses like this and talking about these issues. Ultimately, that whole story and why I really tell you that story is when I was 18 years old, my sphere of influence was me. And barely that. Like I could barely take care of myself. Today, my sphere of influence covers the entire planet in many capacities. That includes student veterans, alums, soon-to-be student veterans, campuses across the nation that work with our military. It includes Gold Star families that we've returned their loved ones to. That includes Gold Star families that don't even know that we've located their loved ones, but they'll soon be returned to them. And all that I truly owe to a couple things. I ultimately owe it to my service. I got a lot out of the Marine Corps. They got a lot out of me, but I owe my life to my service. And that's why I'm very passionate about giving back to the system that has provided so fully to me. Rewinding, my mom didn't graduate high school. Doesn't mean she wasn't smart, but to me, education represented success. And so I've placed that on through my life. It's been goals of mine to achieve that academic success. And that's translated into expanding that impact and positive impact that I can have on others. The question, what do you want to do in 15 years? My personal mission statement is I want to have a positive impact on as many people as I can throughout my life. And I want that number to continue to grow. Well, what does that mean? Well, then you kind of look at where can I have an impact with my sphere? And they're kind of all different, right? Well, it turns out because when I got sent to do that master's, I started working with military and higher education. And I found that I could have an impact there. And so I've invested my energy into that, just like many of you are doing today. So when I was at the University of San Diego, I used what's called engaged transition theory as the foundation of the work that we're doing. And I've used that in every approach that I've taken in working with military and higher education. And that is kind of a adult development theory that some colleagues and I developed. And it was really looking at some of the stressors that our military members face when they're accessing higher education and progressing through our higher education. So when I mentioned earlier that I started off doing outreach, it was then that I really realized, I had looked at campuses and what was happening on campuses before, but a lot of the problems that I was seeing and working with and dealing with students could have been addressed very, very early on. Like when they were initially thinking about, what do you want to go to school? Why do you want to go to school? What do you want to study? And so I'll get into kind of the elements of that, but it started off, and one of the first things I'll give you is practice student-focused approach. And that sounds kind of funny because you're in higher education and it's like, okay, well, we all do student-focused approach. Well, we like to tell ourselves that we do. But really, bureaucracies are brought up. Higher education is a bureaucracy. And it's very, very convoluted. And Jared mentioned, 62% of our veteran population are first-generation college students. That's me. So when I was 18, I knew I wanted to go to college. I was over on the West Coast, so I was like, oh, if I want to go to the Purple Mothership, do I just show up and sign a logbook and now I'm a student? Is that how this works? That's not how it works. However, the whole time I was working at San Diego State and the University of San Diego, I would get a phone call at least once a week. Hi, my name is Derek Abbey, and I'm getting out of the Marine Corps next week, and I want to go to San Diego State next week. And I'd say, I know you think you're giving me a lot of time, but that's not the timeline you need to be on. We need to be talking a year ahead of time, as all of you know. And so when I would sit down with my president at the time, I said, we're going to do student-focused approach. We're not going to be institutional focused. So when we talk to prospective students, we're going to talk to them about where are you right now? Where are you trying to go as far as your career path or your educational goals are? And what's a path between those 2 points that allows you to attain those goals in an efficient manner while using your benefits in the best way possible? And believe it or not, that might not be the University of San Diego where I was at. And so if San Diego State or Washington State or another school is a better fit, we're going to send them to that school. My president didn't handle that very well initially. He's like, wait, you're going to send students to other campuses? Absolutely. If it's what's best for them, we're going to send them there. And he kind of was like, all right. And I think he was thinking, we might need to get somebody new for this position. But after the first year, we grew 30%. And I wrote a letter of recommendation for the president of our student veteran organization to transfer to San Diego State Crosstown School. And that was only because it was better for him. Everything was better for him, and we sent the leader of our student organization to that campus. Now, the other element of that is relationships of trust are so important with the military population. And I've heard it alluded to today. Matt mentioned it, somebody calls, are you the guy I need to talk to? Well, I might be, but I might not be. We'll talk, and if I need to connect you with somebody else, we'll have that warm handoff. And so we really built relationships of trust through creating dyadic exchanges, and that started through face-to-face. We can do face-to-face, we do phone call, and worst case scenario is an email. And we'd have those conversations. Where are you? Where are you trying to go? What's the best path for you? And sometimes they don't know the answer. And I'll use kind of the stereotype, and it's been brought up. Well, I was in the Marine Corps, and I did this, and I want to go work for a 3-letter organization, so I'm studying criminal justice. It's like, okay, do you want to work for the 3-letter organization, or do you want to study criminal justice, or why is it? Well, I want to work for the 3-letter organization. Okay, we can help you with that, because the best path there is not necessarily a criminal justice degree. It might be an economics degree, it might be a finance degree, it might be something different. But they haven't necessarily heard that message. They didn't have the dinner table conversations like some people have. And so once you've built those relationships of trust, and in that case, criminal justice piece was perfect because we didn't have a criminal justice program, and I would send students all the time to San Diego State for that. And they'd say, you're going to send me to another institution? Yeah. My pay doesn't change whether you go to school here or not. And we truly, believe it or not, want what's best for you. And that student may go to that other campus. And if they do, they're probably going to tell their 5 friends to come back to our office and talk to us. And a few of those are going to come to the campus. And many, many, many times over, those students would get accepted to other campuses or go to other campuses and then come back and say, I just wasn't getting the same interaction, the same trust at those campuses, and I want to go to school here. Relationships of trust, student-focused approach. And then what I want to talk about as far as this underlying philosophy is the 3 pieces, and that's actually 4 pieces and more about engaged transition theory. But before we get that, I want to kind of keep on plugging SVA because they do such amazing work. I heard Simon Sinek speak this last conference, and he brought up a great point, and I can see how it applies directly to the work that you do. And he talked about the infinite and finite games, right? And what that breaks down to really is if I'm playing an infinite game, I'm really focusing on the values and the goals of my organization. It's a values approach. It's a value approach, right? If I'm playing a finite game, usually I'm comparing myself to somebody else, or I'm looking at tangible pieces. Like we want military students at Washington State University because we want to be better than the University of Washington. And that's not the way to go about business. The way about going about business is we're going to do this because it's the right thing to do, and we're going to keep on driving there, and ultimately we'll probably be better than them. There might be times that we're not, but ultimately we're driving, and we're on the foundation of our values. And if you take that approach, you'll do really, really well. And I really kind of bring that up because a lot of the stuff that I talk about is intangible, but it'll ultimately translate to a tangible outcome. So what is that philosophy, or what is that theory? Engaged transition theory. It really looks at the adult development realm and on 3 areas. If you've taken a psychology class, a couple psychology majors here, you've heard of Erik Erikson, and in the middle of his adult development theory, he talks about identity, intimacy, and purpose. And he'll argue that you develop those in series when you're about military serving age. But first you'll figure out who you are. You'll develop that to a certain level. Then you'll develop intimate relationships, and not necessarily romantic relationships, but strong bonds with others. And then you'll work your way into generativity, or the impact that you're going to have on the world. Now, service in the military has a unique impact on that. And my argument is you develop identity, intimacy, and purpose, if you will, in parallel, and it starts from the very first day that you step foot, whether it's in boot camp, OCS, whatever path that you take. And I'll use me as an example because I know me pretty well. But so Derek goes to boot camp. From the very first day, the Marine Corps says, we want you to be Derek the Marine. This is what you're going to do. The more you do that, the faster you do it, the better you do it, the more the system rewards you, right? If I want to explore other intersecting identities of what Derek might be, the Marine Corps gives a little bit of pushback and says, no. Go ahead and focus on being Derek the Marine. Just keep doing that. We'll encourage you along the way. And not only do I recognize it and note it, but everybody around me knows it, right? And you saw that in your own experiences if you happen to be in the military. And that identity is very strong. It's very forward-facing. And the system itself doesn't really allow you an opportunity or encourage an opportunity to explore those other identities, whatever they happen to be. Intimacy. Again, not romantic intimacy, but again, very first day of boot camp, tear away the I, right? We're going to create the we. We're going to work together towards a common mission. And that common mission is tangible, right? I know what it is. You know what it is. We're driving towards it. I rely on you. You rely on me to accomplish that mission. It's not that undergraduate group project, right, where you're just like, everybody just shut up. I'm going to do the whole thing. It's the other way. Everybody's pitching in, right? And it's even enhanced further when you find yourself going on combat deployments, going down range, things like that. Now, literally, I'm depending on the man or woman next to me for my life. They're depending on me. Those bonds are enhanced or, you know, solidified to a greater level than you get in other environments. And then that last piece, purpose, I call it generativity or the legacy that you're having, that grows very quickly. Again, you're in boot camp, responsible for your rack mate, that grows to a fire team, squad, company, battalion, ship, squadron, whatever it happens to be. You find yourself responsible for millions and millions of dollars of equipment very, very quickly, potentially hundreds of men and women. Now you go downrange again. Not only are you responsible for the mission, the men and women around you, now potentially you're responsible for the lives of an enemy as well. And when you leave the service, all of those things swing to the other side. So you have a strong identity as Derek Marine. Now you can go into role confusion. You had all those intimate relationships, but now you might go into isolation. And you had a strong purpose, but now you're in stagnation. And we see the transition programs for our military are very basic Maslow's needs, right? You know how to write a resume. We're going to teach you these things, safety, food, shelter, things like that, which are very, very important. But what I find is when people struggle, when they're having those issues in higher education, it's usually related to those things. And sometimes you don't need to create a system that like, we're going to help people build identity. No, that's not necessarily it, but you can talk about it because nobody's going to take away that I am Derek the Marine, but who are you now besides just Derek the Marine? Father, husband, student, all these different things. The list can go on and on. We were talking earlier about all these, literally thousands of intersecting identities that we have, but now you have this newfound self-efficacy that you can really explore those. And some of those other identities can come further to the surface or forefront than maybe they did before. You can own them or develop them even further. You can create new identities. If you want to take on that new major, you weren't an engineer before, but now you're studying engineering and you're on your way to becoming that. And you control that. And the self-efficacy piece is really, really scary for a lot of people. For those of you that are practitioners, I'm sure you've had that veteran in your office that's kind of breaking down or struggling, and the statement comes out, just tell me what to do. Well, I could, but this is your life. And you might screw it up. You probably will, but that's okay. Because failure wasn't an option in the military, but it is an option now. And what I tell employees that I work with or a team that I work with is we're going to fail. We're going to fail fast and cheap, and then we're going to learn from it, move on. And you can do the same thing with your life. You didn't really have that option when you were in the military, but now you do. And the people that harness that self-efficacy and that initiative kind of that internal locus of control and drive forward with it tend to move along a little bit faster. So you had all those things developed, and it's developed within this compressed system of the military. And it's not just the military member themselves, it's the entire family unit and those that are connected to them that are impacted on it, right? Most jobs that you have, if the President of the United States makes a decision, it usually doesn't impact your daughter, son, spouse, whoever that happens to be. But in the military, that very much so happens. But it's also very, very easy to navigate, right? I know if I have something, there's probably a manual to figure it out. But if you want to go to the FBI or one of those three-letter organizations, there's not necessarily a manual to figure it out. And like I said earlier, higher education is very convoluted. You add the VA system on top of that, it becomes more convoluted. I can tell anybody, I could tell you in this room, if you wanted to go find who wrestles at 125 pounds at South Dakota State, I can tell you exactly how to do that on their website, because every single athletic page is structured the same way for every college. But academic page, completely different. Every single page is completely different. I couldn't tell you how to find anything at Washington State's page if you wanted to study psychology or anything else. Or just pick something. But athletics are all set up the same. Higher ed, completely different. Every campus is different. Jared and I, we took an unintentional tour of campus earlier this morning because we parked on one side and then we walk, well, I think it's over here, and hey, look, a map. That's kind of navigating higher ed. Well, and our attitude was, we'll figure it out. But if you don't know, you start asking those questions and hope that you find the right answers. You asked me earlier, like, what's the difference between 1970 and even when I did my undergrad, started in 1995. I was very lucky because as a first generation college student, the Marine Corps said, you're going to Oregon State University because they have a Naval ROTC there, you're going to be attached to them, and you're going to finish your degree in 4 years. Go make it happen. All right, don't fail. Try not to. Now, if I had just gotten out of the Marine Corps in 2014 and I didn't know how to access higher education, and I was still 18-year-old Derek, or at least that mindset where I'm like, do I sign a book? And some of these, what I call underperforming or failing institutions, got in front of me and said, hey, you're a great guy. You want to do X? Absolutely, come to our organization and we'll help you with that. Guaranteed employment, you'll finish your degree, there'll be no debt, la da 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 da. There's a lot of organizations out there that I call them interlopers, and it's really one of the things that makes me passionate about doing this work, because they prey on military because they know there are a lot of first generation college students. They know they come with a significant amount of resources, but we're not the only population that they prey on. They prey on other underrepresented populations that might not have a lot of higher education experience. And I've seen them destroy lives. And it's crushing to see, but it motivates me, and it should motivate you to get in front of these students as early as possible, to just give them the tools to succeed. And again, that kind of goes back to that student-focused approach. So we implemented that. We implemented that philosophy when I brought people into my program. It's nice to have veterans. They don't have to be veterans. If they could understand that philosophy and apply it, they were more valuable because I could teach them how to speak Marine. I can do that. But the underlying philosophy was a little bit more difficult. And if they were honest and genuine and open to communication with our military population, they were very well received, and they could perform. It's nice to have veterans, but sometimes having a veteran with a significant amount of higher education experience in these roles is like a unicorn, right? What do we see a lot? You see somebody that did a lot of time in the military, and they're like, I can take this, and then they come in and, all right, everybody form it up. It's like, okay, that's not necessarily the right approach. It's not a military unit, and then you're intimidating some of the other higher education professionals that are like, this is intense. Or it's somebody that's been in higher education for a long time. They have room in their schedule to take on a collateral duty, and then they're trying to, they're talking to me about how to speak Marine. It's like, the ideal is to get somebody that can go across those boundaries. But that can be very, very difficult. But I guarantee you take the honest, genuine approach that's student-focused and based in values, I think you're going to have a positive impact on your campus. And it might take a little bit of time, but those numbers will follow, because those relationships of trust will result in those conversations happening, whether somebody's in their barracks, still in the military, they're still on their ship, or they've been out for a while. They're going to tell their friends, and their friends are going to follow. The other cool thing that we saw is we really started collaborating on our campus. I wanted to point out, Robin, they started taking over the campus in a good way, not in a positive way. It wasn't take the hill or anything like that. But we had students come in and they were trying to figure out what's that new purpose piece? How can I have an impact? And I would tell students, you can have an impact right here on this campus. Be a part of student government. And initially they kind of like, well, then the first guy did it, and he got a $2 million budget that he was responsible for and had a lot of pull around the campus. The others saw that, and then the next year, 25% of student government was leading, the leaders in student government were military connected students. And then it just became, this is our campus. We want it to be this way. We're going to have an influence. And they could see the impact that they were having. It was really, really, really cool stuff to see. So collaboration is important, and it's important in several ways. One, you're breaking down those boundaries, and it brings resources, right? If you try and do stuff on your own, you might not have enough resources, but if you go join up with another group on campus, you potentially increase the population that you're serving, and with that, potential for resources. And so the first thing that I did in building the program at the University of San Diego is I went down to the other end of campus and I picked what people would think might be the least likely of organizations to partner with. And I partnered with the Institute for Peace and Justice. I said, we're going to work on some projects, and they're kind of looking at me like, what? And then shortly thereafter, they would have their annual conferences, and the keynote is some Marine. And I know the audience is kind of like, this Marine's going to talk about peace and justice? It's like, just because you're in the military and you fought in war and participated in war doesn't mean that you're pro-war. We prefer peace. We prefer a strong military as a means to peace, or maintaining peace even better. But that grew, and that caused or created a lot of conversation across these boundaries. And that's very, very important. To kind of go back to, again, to Jared's talk earlier, he talked about the military-civilian divide. And I actually don't even call it the military-civilian divide because I'm a civilian, and I own that identity. You know, I'm a veteran, but I'm also a civilian. So I call it military, non-military divide, people that have served or have a connection to the military and those that don't. And you heard the numbers. Right now we have less than 20 million in the United States that have worn our nation's cloth. That's forecasted to go down to 13 million in the coming years. We have a smaller, more elite military. Many of the veteran population are older veterans, World War II, Korean era that are past, even Vietnam. I mean, Vietnam veterans are 70s. Oh, that means I'm getting older too. But unfortunately, those numbers are thinning. And we have this luxury of this elite force that handles our military work for us. And we have been involved in conflict for going on 2 decades. I participated in directly. And today, my life is barely impacted by wars overseas. You know, my biggest concern is, am I 100% caught up on Game of Thrones? I am. I mean, it's simple things like, what is the impact of war abroad on you today? I mean, we have veterans here, we have people that work in the military, and that is an absolute luxury. It's an absolute luxury. However, it is a little bit dangerous because we're fighting overseas and we're not completely aware of it. And that is dangerous. And that's why those conversations with those that participate in our military, have participated in war, are very important. They're important to have not with our other veterans. They're important to have with people that don't have a connection to the military. Why is it important? What can we do to make sure that they are aware of those things? And that's the biggest thing for me that's scary about the military divide. And so my challenge to you is to have those conversations. And sometimes those are difficult conversations, but in reality, they're actually not that difficult. So, you know, going back to the theory piece, the intimacy piece, how do you have relationships with people that are so much younger than you, right? I was 22 when I started my undergrad, and I remember thinking, have so much life experience. These students just don't understand me. And I know some of you have seen this, right? The student XYZ. Well, that's not quite fair. You have no idea what the experience of that other student is, nor any of the other students that you might be sharing a classroom with. They might be homeless. They might not have food at home in the refrigerator. Who knows what happened in their life? And they don't know what happened in your life. But that conversation is important. And they might be able to help you with your math. You might be able to help them figure out how to read a map, you know? And when you both graduate at the same time, that's who you're going to be competing with for employment. And it's not the right thing, but I've seen this all the time too in talking with employers. Employers are scared of what they don't know, and they're comfortable with what they know. They know exactly what 22-year-old graduate is. They don't know what 26-year-old graduate that did 4 years in the Army is. They just don't know. All they know is what the media says. Again, that's why that conversation is important. So how do you have healthy relationships with somebody that doesn't have military experience? What are realistic expectations for you to put on them? What are realistic expectations for them to put on you? And that's where those conversations come. Right? So as a veteran, I might not want to talk to somebody that doesn't have any military experience because they just might not understand me. Or to steal from Carl Marlantis, they might think I'm a monster if I share my experiences. And I don't want to think I'm a monster, and I certainly don't want them to think I'm a monster. And then for somebody that doesn't have a military connection, they might be afraid to start the conversation because I don't want to ask a stupid question. I don't want to make them feel bad. I don't want to X, Y, Z. So then the conversation doesn't happen, and we're still in the same place. So how do you have the conversation? One, as for my veterans here, I really want to encourage you to be open to conversation. And if somebody asks you a stupid question, meet them where they're at. Right? Somebody asks you, you ever kill anybody? All right, you can say, that's not necessarily the best question to ask. Let's talk about what a better question is. And I'm going to give you a better question. How do you cross a bridge? One of them I stole from Carl Marlantis. The other one I made up myself. So he says, what did you eat when you were deployed? What did you eat when you were on the ship? What did you eat before you went on mission? What did you eat when you were in a position as a sniper? Or did you eat? That's an easy question to answer. It's not intrusive. Why would they know? And as a veteran, I can think how I would answer that. I remember the first time I ever had goat. I was in Afghanistan. It wasn't at all what I thought it was going to be. We had local cooks, and they'd make local dishes for us once a week. And they said they were going to make goat. I went out. There's like raisins in it and rice. It's like, what is this? It was amazing, but that could lead to. We also were afraid they would poison our water, so we had to test our water on a regular basis and things like that. And then the conversation goes from who knows where. But now you're learning about that experience. Another innocent question is, what's the most unusual place you've slept? I mean, everybody slept in a weird place. If you served in the military, I mean, if it was me, it'd be like, I slept in the poppy field. And I remember thinking, this isn't the Wizard of Oz. How the hell did I get here? There was a UAV overhead, and these guys were trying to ambush us, and we're trying to get some sleep and things like that. But so that conversation can go, who knows where? And again, it's not a threatening question, but now you've crossed that line. And if you're open to it, now you can share your stories. And they don't need to be, people's stories aren't better than other people's stories. They're just their stories. But it's really, really important to have that conversation, because that conversation allows us to make connection. It breaks down stereotypes. We find that commonality between fellow human beings. And we actually heal as a collective from our participation in conflict abroad. And that's you doing that work as well, whether you participate in it directly or not. So that's my challenge to you, is to have the conversation. And if you're a veteran, be open to the conversation, because crossing that boundary is so important. And that's what's going to lead to successful programs. That's what's going to lead to building that community, people feeling welcome. There's technical things too. So that's the infinite piece, right? So if you need technical stuff, there is some technical stuff you can do. You talk about these programs like cultural awareness programs or things like that. There's actually multiple levels to those. So my colleague and I Todd Kennedy created a program we called Military Ally, very much like what you've heard today. And when we created it 5 years ago, we thought we'll do this once a semester at SDSU for staff and faculty. So going by that numbers, we probably have 10 of them done. So we're well over 100 now, and thousands of what we call allies. And not only at San Diego State, the really cool thing is it's every four-year institution in the San Diego region, as well as the community colleges. And then of course, when people go through that, they get an artifact, so they get a little placard. But we expanded it from not only staff and faculty, but students, student veterans. And every single session, we get the one veteran that gets in and he's like, he or she, like, what are you gonna teach me? I have my story, and that's every story. And then about a half hour into it, they're like, so it's pretty neat to see. But what happens is it's created this big network, and it expands the impact and the atmosphere of your campus. So we know most veterans transfer into the four-year institutions. So in Southern California, they're at the community college, they see the placards across the campus, and then when they go to San Diego State or University of San Diego or other four-year campuses, those placards are there. And they might not even know what they are, but it's military. It says ally. It's pretty obvious. So if you have a center on campus, property means one thing. That sends a message that you're welcome here. We want you here. We're better because you are here. We're more diverse. We're stronger. All these different things. And then when you add those placards and other things across campus, that just reinforces that message, as well as educate, for lack of a better term, those that attend those sessions. But it sends a message to your entire campus. And when you can create it across the region, like if you have a whole state where you can impact something like that. If you have a common program like that, and now our program has literally spread across the country. So we do these things everywhere, across the nation for campuses and other campuses, things like that. The other tangible piece is, or the other finite piece, if you need something like that, is, we talked about student veterans graduating with student debt, student loan debt, and that doesn't need to happen. And if we're having those conversations earlier, we're preventing some of that from happening. If you're having conversations around financial aid and their ability to use that in conjunction with their benefits, you have the ability to graduate debt-free students. And so if you are in front of leadership at your university, the JV conversation is, well, if we bring veterans and they have the GI Bill, all this money comes to our campus. Well, every student brings money to campus in the form typically of student loans. The difference is if you connect with veterans early and you put them on the right path, they have the ability to graduate from your campus debt-free. And debt-free alums act completely different than somebody saddled with $50,000, $200,000 in debt. You call like, hey, do you enjoy your time at WSU? Yeah, it was all right. Would you consider giving 50? Nope. Did you enjoy your time at WSU? Absolutely, I loved it. They literally reflect on their experience different if they're not saddled in debt. Would you consider giving $100? I'll give you $1,000. You know why? Because I got a job. That money is working for me now. I got money in my savings account. I love it. I want to come back and support your center. I want to do these things. Creating debt-free graduates, debt-free alum is huge. So student veterans are succeeding. They're contributing to the campus. They're parts of society. They have the ability to graduate debt-free. So if you want to go along the finite things, besides it's just the right thing to do, you can check all those boxes and have a positive impact on your campus just through bringing this population. So honestly, that's really all I wanted to offer you. I just want to leave you with, create a foundation that's values-based. Maintain that student-focused approach because it can be difficult when you're in the grind and you have this big system around you. But if you bring that to the forefront and you provide that student-focused approach, even if it means sending students to other campuses, it'll pay back many times over. And lastly, have that conversation. Whether you're a veteran or not a veteran, military connected or not, be open to the conversation because it can have such a positive impact on your campus. And with that, I want to thank you for having me. And if we have time for questions or you want questions, I know we're kind of behind schedule, but Thanks for having me. Oh, wait.
So we also have a gift for you, Derek. No experience is complete. Thank you so much. Yes. Go Cougs. Hey, I was a gopher for a while. We made that little bit of change in the program. We're going to get into our interactive. Let's now use all this knowledge and inspiration to come up with some strategies. But I want to sign off because we've had people joining us from Zoom land and say that this ends the portion of our program that will be Zoomed. So again, thank you for your participation, and we will be sharing out the information that we gather from the last hour and a half of our day. So let's take another little break. Keep looking for the clock. It's about 1/4 of, so quarter of 2. So let's say 2 o'clock. Thank you.